All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon. Karibu sana kwa hii show. Welcome to this great conversation we are about to have. Karibu sana. I hope you are well. I know you are well. I know the Lord God has kept you and uko salama. Karibu kali, show ambayo iko karibu kukufanya uchangamke vilivyo. Karibu sana kwa hii show. Welcome ladies and gentlemen. I have a great one lined up for you. Let me know where this is finding you. But zaidi ya yote karibu tu sana. This is Africa 24. Of course, I'm your host Jakes the moderator. We have a good one. This is a good one. This one you must love. Nakwambia in Kenya politics huwa zikuishi. If you think you have seen enough, yeah, I think you are yet to see anything new or old, because every time kutakuwa na something new, something to really surprise you Mkenya. All right, hope you are well. Lakini me, I'm good, and I have an interesting show for you. I hope you are doing fantastic. I'm doing well. Nina story kibao for you. I don't know what you are doing tonight, but I hope you give me some few minutes of your time, some precious minutes or even an hour or so too. We have a show and a half. This one, this one is a good one. A show and a half. A show and a half. A good one for you. Wadau, karibu sana. I am looking for one thing ndio nianze kuangalia directly, lakini iko kila kitu, everything is good. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. I'm your host Jakes the moderator, and this is Africa 24. Tunayo show moja fiti, show moja kali. Nakwambia hii ni kali. Hii ni kali. Look at this. Tuna discuss vitu kadha wa kadha. Leo kuna mtu amesema liwalo na liwe. Liwalo na liwe in 2027, whether you like it or not. Raila Odinga, you must vie for presidency. Whether you feel you are too old or not, whether you feel you are ready or not. Hii si yako, hii ni yetu. Hii si yako Raila, hii ni yetu sisi wananchi, tunakuambia hii ni yetu sisi. All right, you are the only one. That's what he was told. He is the only one. I don't know, but he is the only one according to what the person was saying. He is the only one who, Raila Odinga, able to deal with one William Samoei Arap Ruto, the current sitting president of the Republic of Kenya. I'm telling you, ni kumoto wadau, ni kumoto. Na si hiyo tu, nakwambia kuna watu wamepeleka Martha Koome kotini. I'll be telling you who those people are. Already hizi story nakwambia itakuwa sasa ni mashindano bwana. Who is able to take who to court? Who is able to take who to the court? Ni nani anaweza peleka mwingine kotini? Because hiyo ndio story sasa ambayo inakaa kama itakuwa mtindo Kenya. Who is able to take who to court? Martha Koome has been sued. I'll be telling you by who and why. Equally, I'll be telling you as well why we are in a constitutional crisis. All right, I'll be telling you why we are in a constitutional crisis and what it means. All right, so stick around. I'm telling you, hii gonna be to kibao. This one is a one show you don't want to really miss. Thank you. I see many joining me. Karibu sana, ninayo show fiti. Show tu ndio imeanza, ndio mti umeanza kualika ukoko. Sijui kama inaenda hivyo hiyo methali, kitu kama hiyo, ama maua or something. Karibu sana wadau, karibu tu sana. Welcome. Let me know where you are finding this show from, but like hii video, subscribe to Africa 24 and let us keep the conversation going. I see wengi tayari join. Najua notification inafanya, naona wengi wameshaanza kuingia, ninaona likes, ninaona comments, nazo ndio hizo zinafurika. I see Goodyear ashasema hi Mr. Jakes, how are you Goodyear? Hope you are well. I'm doing well, and I am glad to be part of this nice conversation. Thank you very much for always being part of this great show. Ninayo show fiti, ninayo show kali. Tuanze na gani? Tuanze na Raila Odinga. I'm sure hiyo ni kitu mtataka kusikia, lakini wacha tuanze na hapo, alafu I tell you more about all this. Listen to this, ladies and gentlemen.
region are calling on Raila Odinga to make another stab at the presidency come 2027. The leaders, led by Mombasa Governor Abdul Somad Sharif Nasir and his Kilifi counterpart Gideon Mungaro, told the ODM leader that the Coast region will only back his candidature, saying he is best placed to edge out President William Ruto from office amidst concerns of the high cost of living and layers of taxes imposed through the Finance Act of 2023. Ben Kirui reports.
On his fourth day of the ODM party membership recruitment drive in Msambweni, Kwale County, ODM leader Raila Odinga was met with a series of calls for him to contest for president. In a public rally in Ukunda, ODM leaders from the Coast region called on the ODM leader to consider having his name on the ballot come 2027.
We are not asking, we are not requesting, we are not pleading. We, the people of Kenya, if there's a better word, are saying we are commanding you to vie for presidency for the year 2027.
According to the Coast leaders, the current administration has subjected Kenyans to endless suffering with the skyrocketing cost of living and layers of taxes imposed on them. The ODM leaders say that President William Ruto has veered off his manifesto and failed Kenyans 1 year into office.
We, the people of Kenya, hereby declare unanimously that you will be on the ballot paper of the year 2027, and we will be able to overcome these burdens in this country.
Sisi tuko nyuma ya baba. Mimi ni gavana wa Kilifi wa ODM.
In what seemed a coordinated messaging from the coastal region ODM support base, leaders took cue and rallied their supporters behind a Raila Odinga 2027 presidency.
Kati yenu wangapi mnasema Baba Raila Amolo Odinga 2027 tumrudishe tena asimame kama president? Yone kwa mikono. Hii serikali ya William Samoei Ruto wamekufa maji, wametengeza kila aina ya formula kuweza kufufua uchumi wa taifa la Kenya, lakini wameshindwa. Kenya tutajikomboa sisi wenyewe na hakuna mtu mwingine atatukomboa. Lazima tuzungumze kwa sauti moja. Lazima tujitokeze tuseme haya maneno na tusiwe waoga. Imefika wakati.
Despite the endorsements, Odinga cautioned against premature discussions on succession politics, clarifying that he hasn't officially declared candidacy for any position in the forthcoming general election.
Sasa mimi nataka kuambia jamaa wameniuliza mimi kama mimi ni nataka kusimama mwaka wa 2027. Sijasema.
Wacha kwanza tumpoza hapo, hajasema lakini wewe Mkenya unataka vipi? Aseme asiseme Do you want him kusema asiseme? Do you want him, Raila Odinga, to be the president, to run for presidency 2027? This will be his 6th stab at the same seat. What do you say, Mwana Kenya? I hope you are you are excited to talk about politics as I am, and I equally hope you are ready to talk about this. Raila Odinga anasema yeye mwenyewe hajasema, watu wanamwambia asimame, watu wanamuelekeza kusimama 2027. Wewe, what do you think? What do you think? What is your sentiments? Do you feel that he should be the man to replace William Ruto? Is he the man who can bring down William Ruto? He has tried, of course. We have seen him going against we have seen him try against William Ruto. Kukaenda jinsi kulivyoenda, all right? Sasa William Ruto then was just the deputy president. Okay? I'm sure hizi statements naanza kusema zitaanza kukera wengi, lakini nitaisema tu jinsi ilivyo, okay? Kwa sababu ndivyo hali ilivyo. Sasa tutaisema vipi? So the president then was the DP. Na walishindana. He was a competitor just like Raila Odinga was. Unfortunately, moja akashinda mwingine. Sasa in 2027, what do you think? I know it's so premature. It's so early, but wadau, watu wa Coast leo walifanya ile kitu. I'll be showing you some guys ambao leo ilibidi waombe msamaha. Coming back to ODM. Watu walibidi wamejiombea msamaha ili waweze kurudishwa kwa chama cha chungwa. But baba anadai vipi?
Nataka kusimama mwaka wa 2027. Sijasema.
Baba hajasema, Raila Odinga hajasema. And many are opining that, you know what, the person who can really remove, the person who can challenge William Ruto and maybe even be a serious contender is none other than Raila Odinga. We have even seen people from UDA themselves. We have had Johnston Muthama come out and say the person who can seriously challenge William Ruto and even make him a one-term president is none other than Raila Odinga. That's what many are opining. I don't know where you think, or sorry, what you think about such sentiments. I don't know if you agree with Ahmed Nasir. Sorry, with not Ahmed Nasir, Nasir, I think. He's saying that Liwalo na
year
liwe.
2027, and we will be able to overcome these burdens in this country.
He's saying that in 2027, if we are to overcome any challenge, this challenge that is describing in 2027, the man to beat William Ruto, the current president, is none other than Raila Odinga. So the man to beat William Ruto is Raila Odinga, all right? And these are the sentiments from Nasir. He said,
declare
we shall
unanimously that
we shall
you
do it
will be
unanimously.
on.
In fact,
President
this is how
William
it is.
Ruto has veered off his manifesto and failed Kenyans 1 year into office.
We, the people of Kenya, hereby declare unanimously that you will be on the ballot paper of the year 2027, and we will be able to overcome these burdens in this country.
Sisi tuko nyuma.
He says it so well that in 2027, Raila Odinga should be on the ballot paper. Now, that one alone, that statement alone, sends a very strong challenge to his supporters. Those who, of course, Kalonzo supporters. What do I mean? Kalonzo is seriously waiting. Anangoja. Baba azunguka huku kwote, lakini Kalonzo is waiting for an endorsement 2027. Kalonzo is there. Kalonzo is there. In fact, he said, this time round, I will not just support. I won't support. It's either I vie or I just go home. Yeah, and it's either I be on the ballot, ama tu niende to home, because by the end of the day, how long can one wait? How long can one wait? That is the call from Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo says that he cannot wait any longer in 2027, which I know it's so premature to discuss. I know, I really know. We are really jumping the gun, 2027 is way mbali tu sana. Lakini already drums zimeanza kusound. It's like we are already in campaign mode. The president is all over. Raila Odinga is all over. These politicians are traversing the country in the guise of popularizing their parties, in the guise of development agenda. But what are we doing? We are seeing crowds, huge multitudes, gathering to listen to these politicians, either giving them more promises, new promises, or even to rebut what this other candidate is saying. So it is a tug of war already. It's like we are already in a campaign season. It's like next year, next month, or in few days to come, we will have the general election. But now, what do you make of these sentiments? Because these are the sentiments that have informed this show and many others, including why is our country, Kenya, in a constitutional crisis? All right. So this is what we are discussing now. And I would like to really invite you in the show. I've sent you the link. The link to join me in the studio is there at the comment section. Your comment iko hapo either kwa Mtembei TV, kwa Africa 24, ama kwa Kenya News 24. Any of those iko na link ambayo inakaa namna hii. That link ukiiguza inakutuma moja kwa moja hadi place inaitwa StreamYard. Ukifika hapo, fanya vitu rahisi. Kwanza asha camera. Iko na camera yake, so activate it and then activate the mic and then equally write a name. Yeah, just write a name and then join us by clicking enter. We click enter, unajikuta uko kwa studio. Let me know your sentiments, all right? Let me know what do you make of the call to have Raila Odinga for presidency come 2027. Is he the man who can beat William Ruto in 2027? This is what Amenasiri
if there's a better word, are saying we are commanding you to vie for presidency for the year 2027.
According to the...
If there's a better word, are saying we are commanding you to vie for presidency for the year 2027.
According to...
Yeah, that if it's possible, if we can try to command, to almost demand that one Raila Odinga be the presidential candidate, be on the ballot in 2027. All right, what will it do to Azimio? Azimio was to have a meeting, I think today, or was it to be tomorrow? I think today. It was postponed. Yeah, the newspaper, as usual, ilisema kuko na cracks in Azimio again. And that's why that important meeting didn't happen. We'll be looking at that as well. And what does this mean? If Raila Odinga was to really come out and say, I will vie in 2027. Listen to some of the sentiments from Nasir.
Not requesting, we are not pleading.
We are not requesting. It won't be a request. It won't be a plead. It's almost like a demand, almost by force. All right, that is the sentiment, that it won't be a request, it won't be a demand, it won't be a request. We won't be requesting, we will be demanding. All right, so he was trying to say atuta kuomba, atuta kukubembeleza, itakuwa ni almost kwa lazima. All right,
requesting, we are not pleading. We, the people of Kenya, if there's a better word, are saying we are commanding you to vie for presidency for the year 2027.
According to the coast leaders, the current administration has subjected Kenyans to endless suffering with a skyrocketing cost of living and layers of taxes imposed on them. The ODM leaders say that President William Ruto has veered off his manifesto and failed Kenyans 1 year into office.
We, the people of Kenya, hereby declare unanimously that you will be on the ballot paper of the year 2027, and we will be able to overcome these burdens in this country.
Sisi tuko nyuma ya baba. Mimi ni gavana wa Kilifi wa ODM.
In what seemed a coordinated messaging from the coastal region ODM support base, leaders took cue and rallied their supporters behind a Raila Odinga 2027 presidency.
Kati yenu wangapi mnasema Baba Raila Amolo Odinga 2027 tumrudishe tena asimame kama president? Yone kwa mikono.
Hii serikali ya William Samoei Ruto wamekufa maji, wametengeza kila aina ya formula kuweza kufufua uchumi wa taifa la Kenya, lakini wameshindwa.
Kenya tutajikomboa sisi wenyewe na hakuna mtu mwingine atatukomboa. Lazima tuzungumze kwa sauti moja. Lazima tujitokeze tuseme haya maneno na tusiwe waoga. Imefika wakati.
Despite the endorsements, Odinga cautioned against premature discussions on succession politics, clarifying that he hasn't officially declared candidacy for any position in the forthcoming general election.
Sasa mimi nataka kuambia jamaa wameniuliza mimi kama mimi ni nataka kusimama mwaka wa 2027. Sijasema. Mimi sijasema. Na niko na mdomo. Siku nyingine mimi nitaongea. Sio siku ya leo, sawa.
The push to have Odinga on the ballot comes amidst deep-seated wrangles within the Azimio Coalition, with each affiliate party angling to have its party leader succeed Odinga. An Azimio meeting that was to be held today was called off in the last minute. Odinga will Friday tour Taita Taveta County for a similar exercise before winding up the coastal belt recruitment drive in Mombasa Island. Ben Kirui.
So that was Raila Odinga today. That he was in Kwale, and there in Kwale, Ahmed, Nasir. I'm really confusing those two guys because those two guys are featuring in my show today. So, but Nasir, I think, yeah, Nasir is saying, you know what, in 2027, I think there is no question to ask. There is no even debate. There's no even opinion polls to be taken at who needs to be the candidate. It's no other than Raila Odinga. Okay, so I don't know what your opinion would be. Do you agree that Raila Odinga should be the man to beat William Ruto? Is it the man to unseat and make William Ruto the one-term president? Of course, that it's all up to you. I just prepare the show, but I gaggle you until you tell me what you think about all this. But even as that was happening, there was a senator who was the man of the day. This senator mpaka alipewa do. Why was he given money? Kwa sababu ya kuomba msamaha. Manze, umai tamani kupewa do juu ya kuomba for forgiveness. And he's not just this is not a poor man. This man does not need the 1,000, but of course pia kuna wajamaa walikuwa wajanja. They went and they picked that money. So it's an interesting one, but this was the man of the day. Who am I talking of? This is the Kwale senator.
Omba tafadhalini baba zangu na mama zangu na wanachama wenzangu, niseme nsiseme? Baba, usubuhi mimi nimekuja nikakueleza maneno, lakini leo mbele ya wanachama wenzangu, delegate wenzangu, nawaomba msamaha jamani kwa makosa niliyofanya. Naomba msamaha. Wanachama wenzangu, naomba msamaha kwa moyo wangu moja. Nimewakosea najua, lakini hata kama nimewakosea mwana wenu, nimerudi nyumbani nasema poleni kwa ndugu zangu. I love you all. I love you all. I love you all. I love ODM. Baba, nakuomba tena unisamehe mimi mwana wako. Kama nilivyosema usubuhi unisamehe. Asanteni na Mwenyezi Mungu awabariki. Asanteni. Asante kwa kunisikiza na kwa kunisamehe mimi mwana wenu. Mwana akikosea mara ya kwanza huwa ni kosa, mara ya pili huwa ni kusudi. Asanteni sana ndugu zangu ni wa Kwale. Asanteni sana. Mungu awabariki.
Hebu imagine unaomba msamaha mpaka unapewa do. Manze, hili ni bamba. Hii ili ni nice, nimepose tu hapo, hiyo thao. Hiyo thao I wish uone vile ilitoka kwa hiyo kichwa. Na hiyo yenye imeingia kwa shati. I wish uone how ilitoka. I can tell you for free, by the time the senator was sitting down, the money was gone. Wakenya ni wale. All right. Thank you so much. I don't want to go to another topic. I'll deal with the first two because I already have Mr. G. But equally, I'm having many commenting hapo kwa comment section. Asante sana for your comments. I really love your sentiments. Asante sana Dr. Recap. I see you. Unasema hi everyone. Hi, how are you Bwana Recap? Asante sana kwa kuwa kwa show. Asante Goodyear. I see you. Thank you equally for being part of the show. Na naona pia wewe una agree na mimi, unasema that was funny, asking for forgiveness and being washed with money from all the corners. Yeah, that was it was a good one. It was a good one. But what informed this conversation is what was said by Nasir, the governor for Mombasa. What he said really is what we will begin with, and then we'll come to this forgiveness segment. But
in a public rally in Ukunda, ODM leaders from the coastal region called on the ODM leader to consider having his name on the ballot come 2027.
We are not asking, we are not requesting, we are not pleading. We, the people of Kenya, if there's a better word, are saying we are commanding you to vie for presidency for the year 2027.
All right, so that is what we will be discussing. And I don't know about you. Do you agree with the sentiments from Nasil that the man to beat William Ruto, the man to unseat the president, is none other than the man Raila Odinga? He is the man to really unseat the president. Is the one who will, according to him, will liberate, if that's the word I think he used, us from the current challenges. Wow, I don't know. I am just here to facilitate the show. You guys are here to give me your sentiments, feedback, and above all, what you think about such sentiments. Bwana Mr. G, how are you? Good evening. Good to see you. Umepotea lakini, but I hope you are well.
I'm fine, sir. How are you, Mr. Jex?
Niko salama. Kwani umepozwa wapi kaka brother?
Niko buda. Nile tu kushika kiasi, but I'm doing well.
Aha.
I hope even our guys on the comment section kina Goodyear wako sawa pia. Yeah.
Na leo umefungua tabs mbili. Either umefungua YouTube pamoja na StreamYard. So already I'm having a feedback.
You're having?
A feedback. Umefungua streams mbili, funga moja.
I'm using a phone. Maybe let me just nitoke alafu nikuje tena.
Kwa hiyo tu simu, angalia another logging ambayo kuna either YouTube.
No, there's nothing.
All right. Okay, I think atemekuwa sawa.
Okay, I can just leave and then I come back again. Just leave and
yeah, please do.
Iko sawa?
No, not it. All right, you as well can join us here at the studio. The link to our show is there at your comment section. Kuingia kwa show si ngumu, kupitia comment section ambayo iko tayari hapo. Hiyo ndio comment ambayo, hiyo ndio link unaingia nayo na unajikuta uko ndani ya show. We are discussing a lot. We are making sense of a lot, all right? So make sure you are in, and you are able to give us your sentiments. As well, you can participate kupitia comment section. Kupitia comment section, you can tell us what do you make of the request from Nasil, the governor of Mombasa. Do you agree with him that I think it's time, or rather for him, he said, it's time that Raila Odinga truly now runs for presidency, and when he does it, he should do it without even consulting anyone, because this one will be due to public demand, due to the voices of many. Yeah. Do you agree with him? I don't know, but you can tell us hapo kwa comment section, because that is what is informing this show. Let us have a conversation. Let us see and hear from you. What do you take? What is your take concerning what Raila Odinga is being asked to become in 2027? Mr. G, please, let's begin from here. Is Raila Odinga the man for 2027?
Mr. Jex, Raila Odinga has always been the man. Has always been the man. But ile kwa na bahati mbaya. So what what Nasir is saying, I still back it up because at the moment bado sijaona mtu ambaye ana fit that shoes ambao baba amevaa. So to me, I agree with Nasir. Yeah, I agree with Nasir that still baba ako strong na baba bado anafaa hiyo kiti. Yeah.
So kulingana na wewe Raila Odinga should vie in 2027 na isikue hata ni kuuliza iwe ni karibu ni cha lazima kwa sababu hiyo ndio request ya wananchi.
Hakuna kitu ya kuuliza. Okay, before I continue the answer, you remember I think 2 weeks ago ama 1 week ago, you remember telling you that people will force Raila to stand. Sijui kama unakumbuka hiyo siku nilikwambia. Yeah, I saw it and I saw it from Busia. This guy anakuwa forced by people. So for me, I'm backing up because no one fits in his shoe. Kumekuwa na mtu mwingine amejitokeza, okay, people are proposing Kalonzo, but Kalonzo bado sijamuona. Yeah, bado sijamuona vile anafaa nimuone as a presidential person, anafaa behave na baba ana behave sahi. So baba is still the man. Yeah.
But when you look at it, huoni kama italeta challenge because if there is a man sitting in waiting, amekaa kwa bench, inetangwa kwa bench, anangoja substitution, anangoja kuwa tagged in, Onanga kama wrestling, when you have two teams fighting and you are the one on the side of the ring, unangoja kuwa tapped in ili uingie sasa iwe time yako ya kufight. Don't you think Kalonzo amekuwa on the waiting for far too long and it's now time awe tagged in naye aingie kwa hii mechi afanye ile kitu? Don't you think it's time?
You know, Mr. Jakes, it is time for Kalonzo, but he should show up. You know, the issue is he's not showing up. You know, hii kitu si ya kupeana tu bwana. Hii kitu si ya kupeana. You show yourself that you are capable of doing this thing. You are capable of taking power. You are capable of leading the nation. But now he's not showing. We don't see those signs. Bado ameketi. Hii kitu haupewi bwana. You have to fight for it. So Kalonzo should hauachiwi. Hii kitu hawezi wachiwa. Udo baba kwa anaachia watu. Baba kwa anaachia watu, but you know at the moment sahi ni watu wanamforce sasa. Sasa inakuwa ni ngumu baba kuachia mtu hivi. You have to show yourself that you can take this thing. So it's Kalonzo to wake up. Kalonzo amuke kama anataka kitu amuke. The problem is that in Azimio there is a problem. In Azimio there is a problem, but people are not speaking out. Kwa sababu kuna mtu atakuja kuambia kama vile baba alisema juzi kuwa hakuna shida in Azimio. But now where is kina Kioni? You know me, I used to think that Kioni was sleeping in the house of Raila. Kila siku nilikuwa namuona Raila usiku, mchana namuona Raila. Even I thought that he was sleeping in the house of Raila. Siku hizi simuoni. Where is Martha Karua? We have to agree there is a problem in Azimio, but issue ya kuachiwa hivi hauachiwi. You have to wake up, show yourself that you have a muscle to take this thing. Yeah. So ni watu wamuke.
You see, there is this man Kalonzo. Kalonzo really has, in any case, we would say, has really tried to help Azimio be what it was, to help NASA be what it was, to help CORD be what it was, by bringing in the numbers, by bringing in the people who support him. So he has worked his portion. Don't you think it's equally time for him to be rewarded? At least murudishe mkono wadau.
But Jakes, sasa you will be rewarded kwa kitu ambao hautaki. Atumeketi tu naimba. You know, you gave an example. You gave an example of somebody ambaye anangojea kwa mpira kupekwa awe submitted. Inaitwa ngaje?
Apewe sub.
Yeah. A substitute. Kupewa sub, a substitute. Sasa wewe hata haujavaa viatu. Hauna hata ile nguo ya kucheza mpira. Umevaa koti, umevaa tai, alafu uko pale unataka kupewa sub, utapewa vipi sub? So you have to show that you are ready to play the game, the ball.
So unasema Kalonzo hajavaa sare za ball.
Bado hajavaa, bado ako na tai, ako na suti bado, amevaa viatu zile nini, zile za office wear. Sasa acheza vipi mpira?
All right, naona Black anasema hivi ya kwamba dreamers dream even during the day. Black rafiki yetu sana. Leo
mwambie pande juu, mwambie akuje.
Hata nimtumie link mapema. Lakini zaidi ya yote maoni yako ni yapi? Ndio link nimemtumia. Maoni yako ni yapi mwana Kenya? Sijui maoni yako ni yapi. Wewe unakubaliana na Nasir ya kwamba it's time that Raila Odinga asimame 2027? Na hii haitakuwa ni yeye kutuambia. according to Nasir, itakuwa ni sisi raia, sisi wananchi, sisi ndio tutampa msukumo ya kwamba hey bro, mzae, lazima raundi hii usimame, lazima raundi hii iwe ni wewe utasimama, sio wewe kutuambia, ni sisi tutakuambia. All right. Despite the many other people waiting on the sidelines, kuna watu wako periphery wakingojea kuwa tagged in. Kalonzo Musyoka ako hapo anangoja. Jamaa anaitwa nani huyu, Jeremiah Kioni, lakini Kioni sijui kama anasema anataka kuwa rais, ako tu hapo. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Martha Karua. Martha Karua wants to be president. Kalonzo Musyoka, I think I've said, and many others, Akina Oparanya, and many who would wish to be president. But now inasemekana kwamba I think it's still Raila the man. Equally, the other person mwenye alikuwa na same sentiments alikuwa ni Mudhama. Na Mudhama alisema yule peke yake ambaye anaweza unseat Ruto. Na ujue Mudhama ako UDA, it's Raila Odinga. Hawa wengine ni jokes. Really, Kalonzo anaweza kuwa joke, bwana Mr. G.
Kalonzo is a big joke, but let me tell you something, Mr. Jakes. Kwanza ambia Goody aingie alafu afunge curtain asionekane. Aingie because I want to talk to him. Kuna kitu ambacho amesema hapo, akisema a free pass. I just want him to explain to me nielewe this free pass nini, because kitu ya kwanza before I come to your answer before I come to you Mr. Jakes. Goody anaongea kuhusu
ata participate kwa comment, anafanya kazi nzuri. But endelea.
He's talking about the free pass. Angalia, you know what kitu ambacho to fail last time in 2027, Mr. Jakes, it is that we underrated Ruto so much. We underrated him, and the first people who underrated him, mtu wa kwanza alikuwa ni Atuoli. Unakumbuka Atuoli akituambia kwa tukate miti? These are people who are in Azimio underrating Ruto, and yet they are not giving us that help ambayo tulikuwa tunahitaji kumshinda. Angalia mtu kama nani, mtu kama Junet. Junet is somebody ambaye alikuwa he undermined Ruto so much. Na kumbe hawakuwa na any strategy ya kutusaidia kushinda Ruto. Mtu kama Joho. These are the guys ambao wali undermined this guy na tukakosa presidency. So sahi what we are talking about ni kuwa baba he's going for the presidency, but he need to put his house in order. That's why that is our call at this moment. We need people who will help us to take the presidency. Si wale watu ambao wanakuja kuunderrate Ruto, watu ambao wanakuja tu kutusitusi Ruto, watu ambao wanakuja tu kuongea kwa siji tutashinda na hatuwezi shinda. We need to plan for this thing mapema. We need to focus, our focus yote ishie. Tujue kama ni baba anasimama, and then we focus on how to take power. That is where tunaweza shinda. Lakini ikiwa tutakuwa tunamwandamani hivyo, tutakuwa tunapigwa. Sasa Goody anafaa ajue kwa tulipigwa kwa sababu watu wetu wengi they undermined Ruto na hawakuwa na plan ya kumshinda. That's why tukapoteza. Nimeona Black amefika.
So, wacha kwanza kabla hata uja attack Goody, wacha ijulikane leo on record that mlipigwa. Is it okay?
Usiseme tulipigwa. Hiyo kupigwa hiyo inaumiza. Usiseme tulipigwa.
Mimi nimetumia maneno yako.
Tumia lugha kuelewa. Tumia lugha kuelewa. No.
Amekiri na kinya kwamba mlipigwa.
Sikupigwa. When I talked about strategy means yani kulinda kura yetu. You see, tusiibiwe. Guarding our votes. So wale watu
they know how to change and defend themselves.
No. Hapana. Tuliibiwa bwana.
Kwa hii show today we have a good one. We are asking ourselves, is Raila the man to beat William Ruto in 2027? Nijuze hapo kwa comment section kama jinsi akina Goody wanafanya hapo kwa comment section. Asante sana, kazi nzuri Goody. I thank you so much. Asante pia wewe ambaye unajiunga nami, wewe ambaye una like hii video, asante sana. Pia wewe ambaye una subscribe to Africa 24, thank you very very much. Black, good evening. How are you?
Hai, mambo. Samjambo bwana.
Enyewe kweli umekuwa mzee. Either umelala or your voice is extremely nzito.
niko kwa bed. Because baridi imenilemea. So ya ibidi nijiekelee kwa kitanda bana.
Kunanyesha slow ama
Mapema.
kunanyesha mvua kali?
Baridi kali excess.
Baridi kali. All right. Wacha hii story najua itakupa joto tu saa hizi. What do you make of this statement that Raila is the man to be the president in 2027?
Kwanza mjambo wadogo zangu na the viewers back home, I hope mko poa. Hao jamaa anasema anaogopa kusema walipigwa. Sasa basi walipiga chini.
Msaki amesema walipigwa, nilipomwambia amesema walipigwa,
amegeuza haraka sana. Ndugu zetu wanasemaga alipigwa. Walipigwa. Walifanya ile kitu. Sasa anyway, I think inakuwa very unfair. I would have expected, like you said, warudishe mkono kwa Kalonzo. You know? Yeah, it's only fair. Nikisikia mtu akisema ati hayuko ready, how I mean that one is relative. How do you define, or what criteria are you using for you to end up or to conclude by saying that Kalonzo hayuko tayari? At the time Kibaki akiambiwa Kibaki tosha, katika ile list ambayo ilikuwa pale mbele, do you think he was the one that was at the forefront, and ile kusema out of popularity he was the best placed one? Ama ni Raila tu ndo alisema na ikawa hivyo hivyo? Because if you ask me, mimi naweza kuambia kijana wa Malwa was far much more, kusema rating, I would have placed kijana wa Malwa ahead of Kibaki, the late. But the fact that Raila said Kibaki tosha, and that was it, everybody went to Kibaki. I mean, they voted for Kibaki. So equally the same. Right now, if Raila was to say Kalonzo tosha, that's all. That's all, because if you place them on the katika ratili, wakisema wafanye hivyo sahihi, wenye wanasema 2027 outcome itakuwa the same. They will lose again, because what will if they will expect amount Kenya to vote for them, that's impossible. The least that can happen is just maybe boycott the election to vote. But if Kalonzo would vie, I think Kalonzo is still friendly when it comes to Mount Kenya. It's easier for Kalonzo to get votes ya kila mtu very easily. That is my view. So I would recommend aseme tu Kalonzo tosha. Believe you me, that day hata mimi mwenyewe nitaenda nimpigie.
Hadi wewe itabidi umeamka kupigia Kalonzo. Alright.
I would do that I can tell you for a fact.
Black anasema ya kwamba Kalonzo is the man who can easily be accepted even in Mount Kenya. He's a man who, as much as unasema hayuko ready, him being endorsed and him being prepared, and being ushered to the people as the rightful candidate, watu watamu-embrace too, and he'll be the easy candidate to sell across the country. What do you make of such a sentiment from Black?
I agree with Black on that issue. You're saying that maybe Baba Sema Kalonzo tosha, but remember we cannot compare Kalonzo at this moment with how Nani alikuwa with Kibaki. By that time Kibaki alikuwa na namba yake from Central Kenya. They were behind him. Kalonzo, even though he was not the best at that time. Yeah, he was not the best at that time. But by Baba saying Kalonzo tosha na ile backup ambayo alikuwa nao from Central Kenya, and now the Nyanza and Western and the other counties. That's when tulipata nini mapema sana. Now let me go to what he said. He said that it will be unfair if we cannot rudisha mkono to Kalonzo. You know, Black, what I'm trying to say ni kuwa Kalonzo, yeah, he can stand for presidency, sijakata. He can stand for president, but for me, I'm still seeing him as a weak man, a weak person. Not wicked, I'm talking about weak, and ile bado hajaonesha that marshal as a person ambaye anataka that thing. You know, if angekuwa ni mtu ambaye ako serious anataka kitu kwa sahi, tungekuwa tunamuona kila kona aki-marshal watu, akijaribu kuconvince watu wakuja on his. Unaona vile baba anafanya? Baba is selling his party kila kona, kila mahali. Even though ukweli ni kwa baba amezeka, he need to pass the mantle to another person. But the problem is that we don't see somebody who can fit in his shoe. Okay, unasema kwa baba aseme tu Kalonzo tosha. Yeah, baba atasema Kalonzo tosha. But how many people believe in Kalonzo? Look at the stronghold ya baba. How many people believe in Kalonzo? Has Kalonzo amuonyesha that need, that how can I put it? I don't know how I can put it so that inaweza toka vizuri, but naona kama Kalonzo bado he need just to wake up and show that he want this thing seriously, anaitaka kwa nguvu, then baba anaweza kumpatia wakati amuonyesha. You know, sahi Kalonzo hata ukimwambia okay, do the campaign the whole country, Kalonzo ataweza kufanya that campaign, hana that muscle, ile pesa ya kufanya campaign the whole country mpaka awe supported na baba. Mwambie tu leo basi anza kukampeni vile baba anafanya hivi kila siku kama ataweza kufanya. He needs support from baba. As much as unasema ni sawa kwa baba akisema Kalonzo tosha ni sawa, but me I want to see him first of all akionyesha kuwa kweli mimi I'm ready for this thing. I want it. Na amarshal watu vile baba ana marshal watu. Tuone ile support, tuone ile move ambayo inakuja kwake. Tuone watu wakitoka kwa other parties wakijoin his parties. Then tutasema kweli yeah, this guy yako sawa sasa. Akweba anaweza chukua this thing. But ikiwa yeye anaweza enda mahali hakuna watu, mahali ambapo anaweza pata watu wengi ni pale kwake peke yake, ambako ni kwa Wakamba. Akienda other places watu hapati watu wengi vile. So itakuwaje bana? Yeah, what I'm trying to say ni kwa Kalonzo need way anafaa kwa anasema pull up his socks. Yeah, he should pull up his socks kama anataka kitu, because always baba amesema atapeana. Leo watu wameforce baba kuwa asimame. Baba akasema nini? Akasema no, mimi sijasema, ni nyinyi mnasema. Mimi sijasema kwa mdomo yangu. Yeah, but when time comes, I will say, nitasema kama nitasimama. And I know baba anataka apatiane that seat to another person. The problem is that we don't see that person who is he ambaye anafiti pale. That's why I was telling Black, si ati tunadarau Kalonzo, si ati tunamdarau, hatumdarau. He need to pull up his socks. Kuonyesha kwa really I need this thing.
All right. Now, Mr. Black, let me ask you. Kulingana na Mr. G, anasema ya kwamba Kalonzo hajaonyesha umaarufu, or rather nguvu ya kutaka, like ako tu lakini anasleki kwa ile lugha ambayo umenifunza leo, anaregarega, amerelax tu, anapozi. All right? Hajitumi.
Lugha mzuri anangoja kupewa, anangoja tu kupewa kijiti shika. That is what I can use.
All right. So Black, do you agree that anangoja, and what do you call this person? What can Kalonzo do at least ile onekane anaweza kweli amefika, ana nguvu ya kujituma na ya kufanya yeye mwenyewe kuwa rais? Kwa sababu of course I agree na Mr. G, hatumuoni akijituma, hatumuoni akifanya mikutano, na akifanya sana ziko tu ukambani, which is true. Atumwekelei, it is true. So what does Kalonzo need to do ili aonyeshe kweli he's ready for this seat? And alisema 2024 ndio mwaka atafanya hivyo. So Black, what do you say about that?
No, I think people are misunderstanding Kalonzo. Kalonzo is a very humble man, at least in my view, as to venye mi umuona. Anaka mtu moja humble. He's not the type ile kuwa confront watu ama confront vitu. No, he doesn't seem to be that type. So if people are expecting to see him and all over the media being aggressive, I don't think that has never been Kalonzo's type of politics, because each politician usually has their style, just as Kibaki was. Kibaki was never aggressive, you see, but he still came through, isn't it? So they cannot put the characters of Raila and want to use them as a standard measure of declaring someone as to whether is fit to be a leader or unfit to be a leader by the characters of Raila's aggressive type of politics. That is entirely wrong, you know. So I disagree with Mr. SG on that. And then secondly, the fact that you don't see things being shown in the media does not mean that things are not happening in the background. That is the one thing that people fail to realize, right? So we don't know what he's cooking. Kalonzo is not silly. He's not foolish. He knows what he's doing. Yeah. So that's what I just wanted to say. Usipime karakta ya Raila tuitumie kama standard measure ya kuweza kujua kama Mr. Jakes anafaa anatosha ama hatoshi. Kutumia characters za Raila, no. The aggressive type of politics, no.
All right. That is interesting.
Yes.
Before I give you, Mr. G, a right of response, kidogo tu, I equally have my good friend Najita Squeezy, Wrecked Sheep, na nitamuita tu hivyo. Wrecked Sheep, how are you? Good evening. Hope you're well, my brother.
I'm good. Can you hear me?
We can hear you quite well, sir. Hope uko sawa?
I'm good.
All right. Now, today, Nasir, the governor of Mombasa, said when it comes to 2027, it will not even be a negotiation. It will not be tafadhali. It will be almost by fire, by force, as many like to put it. What do you make of such a call for Raila to be the president, or rather to be the man to unseat William Ruto? What do you make of it?
I would like to start by quoting a famous book by Plato, Plato's Republic. In this Plato's Republic, in this book, there's an allegory. It goes by the ship of fools. And the definition of this ship of fools is that it's intended to expose a political system that is not based on expert knowledge. I would say that the coalition, the Azimio Coalition, is not based on such expert knowledge. And this algorithm of the algorithm of ship of fool fits in perfectly with, I would say, selfish individuals, people that want to conserve more power for selfish needs. I don't see anyone better running for the party other than Raila himself, but at the same time, he's not given results to the party. So it's somehow selfish in nature to keep on being the flag bearer, and there is no results that is proven. Yet there is no one fit enough to go after Ruto. I would say that is the only one fit, but it's somehow selfish of the party. Yeah.
Now, selfish of the party. What can be done? Because Raila Odinga will equally argue he has never been the president, so the constitution does not bar him from contesting as many times as he wants. And number two, he is a man who has said he has been failed by many before. So it is only proper for him to try again and again until probably somehow he'll make it. So don't you think he's equally a candidate who you would say he has suffered in his quest for power, and anyone who has supported him, as much as he would want to give them mkono, kurejesha mkono, itakuwa ngumu hata yeye mwenyewe hajaiweza ku benefit kabisa fully na kusucceed kwa kupewa huo mkono. Don't you see that he's the man who we should consider until maybe somehow I succeed, and then from there we can maybe change and give someone else, those who supported him before? What do you think?
The funny thing in this allegory of ship of fools is that it's a disfragmented ship. It's just sailing on the water, and no one really knows how to be captain. So everyone comes up with an expertise or opinion on how to guide the ship, but at the end of the day, is that the ship has no captain. No one really knows how to steer the ship. So everyone is trying his luck. But the reality of the fact is that the ship has no captain. It's a disfragmented ship. It's sailing. It's just sailing on water. So it's more like Azimio. It's disfragmented at this moment, and everyone wants to be the savior of it. Yeah.
All right. Interesting. Mr. G, what do you make of those remarks? That number one, Azimio could be a wrecked ship yenye haina anyone mwenye anaweza take charge fully, kwa sababu none of them has the ability to be a captain, and the captain himself haja succeed kufikisha meli kwa inaitwa kisiwani, mnaitanga aje huko Mombasani meli inapodok, what do you call that in Swahili? But you understand what I'm saying.
Bandarini.
Yeah, hajaifikisha bandarini. Sasa Captain Raila hasn't succeeded. The juniors, akina Kalonzo, can they really make to be captains? And that's why he's calling it ni meli ambayo imejaa watu ngumu sana iko na theory yenye ni ngumu sana kusema who can be president, who cannot, because it's a theory. He calls it a theory of fools. I'm yet to read that book. I wish you can say it again. I'll look for it.
It's an allegory in Plato's Republic.
Republic. All right, I'll look for it. I think
it's a philosophy book.
But yes, Mr. G. All right.
Yeah, I think I also need to read the book, because when he talks about the ship, the foods, and the ship, I think I need to read the book also to understand what he's trying to say. But I can agree with him in part of the sentiment ambayo amesema. But before I come to what he has talked, let him go back to what Jack Black said. Black talked about the issue of aggressiveness. Na akasema kuwa Kalonzo is not Kalonzo hatutamuona kwa that aggressiveness, but he's the person who fits for that thing. Let me just answer him by asking just a question, but asijibu kwa sababu nataka kwanza nimalize swali yangu, nimalize mambo yangu ndio ajibu. The first question ambayo nitauliza ni kuwa Mr. Black, how many times did Ruto visit Central Kenya in a week? Now, which strategy did he use kutoa watu kutoka kwa Uhuru kuja kwake? Because as much as sisi watu Azimio tunasema kwa Central Kenya voted for us, it's true, Central Kenya voted for us, but a big number voted for Ruto. Now my question is, which strategy did Ruto use kutoa watu kwa Uhuru? Manake mpaka kwa ile nini yake, mpaka his MP, the MP of Uhuru ni mtu wa UDA. Which criteria, which strategy did he use to take those people from him na akaleta kwake? If you're not talking about aggressive, because for me, I think Ruto alikuwa anaenda Central Kenya almost 5 times, almost 4 times a week. Now that shows aggressiveness. Ruto fought. Hata kama alikuwa anatumia uongo, ukweli, alikuwa anatumia uongo, lakini hiyo uongo yake ilimwezesha kuchukua watu from Central Kenya wakamkubali. You see, so sisi Azimio tutalia, tutapiga kelele, but it's true that in Central Kenya those people voted for Ruto. Even us tulipigiwa kura, but hatukupigiwa nyingi kama ile ambao watu wa Central walimpigia. Why? Because Ruto was aggressive. That's why he was able kuchukua watu kutoka kwa kwa Uhuru. Hao watu walikuwa wanapenda Uhuru sana, but he was aggressive. This aggressiveness na ile passion ambayo alionyesha kwa mimi nataka kitu. But what I hated him ni pale wakati alianza kutusi Uhuru, wakati akaanza kumdea, because he was his deputy president, na tunamuona alifika mahali anasema wewe usiniletee, wewe usinichezee, wewe sijifanya nini, anamuongelesha kama mtoto. Hapo nilifanya nikamkasirikia sana. Another thing, for me, when I say kuwa Kalonzo bado hajafikia pale, even I admit, even Mr. Jinake Sioni, our new guy, okay, you told us that he's not our new guy, but soon, Sioni Jinake sana ngumu.
All right, yeah, rhetoric.
Okay, so even yeye pia amekubali, amesema kuwa amesema kuwa in Azimio at least ni kama hatuna captain. Hata captain ambaye tuko naye hajatufikisha mahali tunafaa tufike bandarini. I can say that is not true. The truth is tumefika bandarini, lakini shida ni kwa the soldiers ambao wanafaa tusaidie pale ndio tumekosa. Captain anatufikisha kabisa. Let's go back to 2007. 07 hii kitu tulishinda, but tulinyang'anywa mpaka mtu akapishwa usiku. And yet our constitution haiallow mtu kuapishwa usiku. Mtu aliapishwa usiku akiwa ametuibia live. Captain akawa ametufikisha pale. 2013, 2014, and 2017, in fact ya 2017 na ilikuwa nullified kabisa. Kumaanisha kuwa our captain is able kutufikisha mahali tunafaa tufike. The shida ni kuwa our soldiers, wale ambao tuna trust kwa watatusaidia. Those people who can guard our votes. Those people who can fight for us. Unaona vile alipigana, unaona vile 2022 vile Olekina alipigana pale. Tungepata watu kama 50 hivi wanaweza piga watu vichwa na hizo marungu. Tungepona. Lakini sasa tunapata mtu mmoja alafu anakosa backup. That's where we go wrong. Back to you, Mr. Black.
Mr. Black, the question would be 2017, was the election nullified because Raila had won, or it was nullified because there were irregularities in that election?
No, there were irregularities in that election, and
So
the irregularity. It's not because he had won, because the irregularities were, you could not tell which side had done what side. So at the end of the day, it was just considered as irregularity by the body that was governing the election, or rather overseeing the elections or overlooking the election. That's it. It's not that they had won or lost. No. That's it. Because you cannot declare yourself a winner if the election itself has irregularities. That's the reason. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 2017 should not be in question. Now let's come back to this. The captain seems not to really be letting anyone take the steering wheel. I don't know if that is what it's called, ile ameli, but ameli hataki kuiondokea. And Rekship anasema kuwa hata akiondokea, do we even have a standby captain who can take part in steering the ship? Kwa sababu ni ngumu kusema ati fulani ndio atakuwa na hajajituma kama vile Mr. G anasema.
Ni swali ya nani?
Ni yako Mr. Black.
Eti kwamba hakuna mtu amejituma.
Hakuna mtu anakaa kuwa tayari kumreplace. Do we have a standby captain? Ama it's only Raila who can be the captain?
You know, to start with, for one to start coming up there kwa crowd na kuzunguka kujaribu kuonesha kwamba yeye anataka kuwa rais, it will start being what you call it, being translated as being against or opposing Raila, na utaona ataanza kupigwa mawe. Believe you me, right now patokelezee mtu aanze kusema from Azimio, aanze kusema kwamba anataka kusimamia kiti, aanze kuzunguka hivi, you will see sahi ataanza kuongelewa mbaya sasa hivi na kina Mr. G watamongea mbaya sana. I know these people. I know how they think. I know how they think. I know them very well. They will talk so ill about huyo mtu. Huyo mtu sijui alilipa already tayari venye walikuwa nasema Junet sijui nini. Walianza kumwongea mbaya. Why can they also translate that ile Junet kufanya ni kwamba he's trying to position himself as the flag bearer. Why don't they look at it from that perspective? Tayari wameshaanza kumpiga mbaya. I know these people, so regardless of whoever comes hapa aseme eti anataka kuonesha aggressiveness, ajitolee ajioneshe kwamba anataka kuchukua hiyo position ya Raila, kina Mr. G na wenzake watageuka waanze kumtukana huyo mtu, kumpigia hapa tu sieti ni nini. So I know these people. I know them well,
Now,
so that does not apply.
okay, I'll be coming back to you just now.
It is
Nina rafiki yangu hapa-
it is either Raila comes katika podium aseme fulani tosha.
ni fulani.
That's the only time
Oh.
utaona kina Mr. G na wakimsupport. Take it from me.
Oh.
Otherwise, sahi kina Mr. G wataanza kumgeukia huyo mtu.
All right. Now, nina rafiki yangu amejoin. Ile jina ametumia leo, I think I'll call him by the name I know. Paul Oguna, how are you?
Hey, fine, Mr. Jakes. How are you doing?
You see, I have a very perfect memory, eh?
Yeah, that is true.
Now, Paul Oguna, help me read your name, because sijui ni Nyakwar Ofunya Kobare. Okay, sawa. Acha tu niachie hapo. Help me read what you have written.
Nyakwar Ofunya Kobare.
Hey, okay. What does that mean?
Hiyo inamaanisha
in cameras.
inamaanisha mjukuu wa Ofunya, na Ofunya ni wa Obare. Umejua sisi ni Wawanga. Sasa hizo Wawanga, lakini tunaongea Ujaluoni. Sasa umejua lazima pia tuonyeshe tuko Wawanga. Hiyo Ofunya ni jina ya Kiwanga.
All right. Sasa
yes.
Kwanza nikuone kwa kamera, ulikuwa umeketi vizuri. Wacha very good. Sasa wacha nikuulize, acha nianze na wewe. Najua I had supporter wa Raila Odinga. Leo ameambiwa liwalo na liwe lazima awe kwa debe, na hata itakuwa yeye kutuambia, ni sisi kumwambia lazima iwe wewe, kwa sababu hatujui mtu mwingine. Wewe unaona kama hivyo ni sawa? Wacha nianze kwanza hapo.
Ni swali inaweza jibiwa na swali. Hata US Trump amelazimishwa kurudi, na Trump ni mzee sana. Sasa kama Trump anarudi, mbona Raila asirudi? Kwani Raila amefanya makosa gani? Mimi naona in fact it is long overdue, and that is what nilikuwa ninaombea Mungu sana, kwa sababu umejua kuna kitu Mr. Jakes, tumetamani kuona uongozi wa Raila hata kama ni 1 week peke yake. Hiyo ni ukweli. Mkenya yote, hata wenye wanapinga Raila wanatamani sana waone wa Raila anaweza ongoza namna gani. Na zaidi watu wanarudi wanasema kumbe Uhuru alikuwa ameona huyu mzee. Umejua Mr. Jakes, tuseme ukweli. Maintain ODM since 2005 na ODM iwe as ODM it is today. Huyu mzee ni kiongozi. Unaona? Raila ni kiongozi sana. Hata mimi maintain ODM na ODM kusimama jinsi ODM imesimama for the last like 20 something years. That man is a true leader. Alafu umejua Raila, kama uliona Juma Boy ule senator wa Kwale vile aliongea, umejua kama angeongea mbele ya Ruto na aseme nimerudi nyumbani, angeambiwa utakaa kwanza tuchunguze tuone kama hauna hizo damu ndio tukuruhusu. Lakini unaona Raila wakati alikuja akasema yeye amekubali kurudi, unaona Raila angalia vile alipokelewa vizuri sana. Hakuna masharti alipewa. This man is a leader and we want. Umejua Jakes, uongozi unaonekana kwa mtu ambaye ako na uwezo wa kusameana, mtu mwenye anakubali anasamea mtu.
Umeona vile hiyo dhao endelea pole, nilikuwa nakuonyesha mahali pesa ilipotea hapo.
Okay, sawa. Sasa hata wenye walikuwa, in fact nakwambia ukweli, hata Ruto mwenyewe sasa ukimuuliza anakwambia anatamani sana kuona uongozi wa Raila. Ruto mwenyewe. Watu mwenye najua hataki kuona Raila anaongoza ni Rigathi Gachagua peke yake. Lakini hao watu wote nimeona Gachagua wa Mshomba sasa nilimuona kwa KTN News. Nikasema ya kwamba Wakenya wanatamani sana kuona uongozi wa Raila. Jamani, hata wacheni turuhusu mzee aongoze, hata kama akina Kalonzo wanaweza ngoja, na hata wasipokuwa rais Umejua kina Kalonzo hawana msukumo, hata wasipokuwa rais hakuna kitu tutakuwa tumepoteza. Hawa watu wenye wanatamani kuwa wa viongozi hao, hata wasipokuwa, there is nothing we will miss and we will not lose anything. Lakini tusipopata uongozi wa Raila kuna kitu tutapoteza, Jex. Hata we mwenyewe unasema sasa hivi mahali mkapo kwa studio, unasema Raila asipokuwa kiongozi wa Kenya kuna mahali tutakuwa tumepoteza kama taifa na kama wananchi wenyewe. Sasa let's give him time. Raila I know one day Raila atatuonyesha what actually ile maana yenye amekuwa nayo yenye imemsukuma for all those years. Just imagine mzee amejaribu kutafuta uongozi, watu wamemtukana, anakufa moyo, anarudi tu na akirudi anarudi na msukumo nyingine. Wewe Jex, wakati tulikuwa tumeibiwa kura, did you know Raila anaweza kuja na hiyo nguvu yenye ako nayo sasa hii? Kama hii sio kitu yenye sio kawaida. Wewe mwenyewe uliamini kwamba Raila kuna siku moja atakuja na hii nguvu yenye ako nayo sasa hii? Huyu mtu tusiangalie huku mara tujiulize sijui nini, sijui ni Wajaluo anatakanga aongoze, sijui ni Waluo anatakanga aongoze. This man ni kiongozi ambao Mungu mwenyewe alitupatia. Let us give him chance. Wacha tumruhusu atuongoze, tuone uongozi wake inatupeleka wapi. Asante.
Alright, nitakuja kwako na maswali kadha wa kadha. Naona bwana G anainua mkono. Yes, Mr. G.
You know, yes, I agree with what our guy amesema, Mr. Okwara amesema, but there's something ambao amesema kuwa baba ana hug huyu jamaa alikuwa ni mtu wa UDA na baba ni mtu ambaye alikuwa anapenda watu and that's why he was ready to hug him. Hapo ndo mali nilikuwa nataka kuguzia. You know, it's true, baba anapenda kuhug watu hata kama mtu amemkosea. Baba anapenda kuhug watu. But when you read 48 Laws of Power, I know you have read the book, Mr. Jex. I think it is number 12 ambayo inasema use selective honesty to disarm your enemy. Sijui kama your victim, sijui kama ushasoma hiyo part. Number 12. Yeah, inasema use selective honesty to disarm your victim. Okay, sijasema kwa jamaa amekuja with a wrong agenda, but what I'm trying to say ni kuwa baba should baba ajifunze at least ajifunze kujua mtu before aanze kumhug. Because some people umeona sasa hivi watu wengi sana wanakuja kwake, wengi sana na hug, na pale tunaweza kuwa na wengine ambao wamenimoli kwa mtuma na Ruto, you have to come and learn something from us, come to disarm us, come to harm us. What I'm trying to say is not that napinga kitu ambao Okwara amesema. What I'm trying to say ni kwa baba should be careful with these people ambao wanakuja kila wakati, wanakimbia wanakuja kwa baba anasema amekuja. So as much as tunataka wakuje, but we need to be cautious. Wanaweza tumika kuja kama mmoja wakuja watu frustrate kweli.
Alright, so unasema ya kwamba baba anafaa awe careful hug watu ama I have not understood what you have said.
No, what I'm saying ni kuwa as much as tunachukua watu but awaangalie sana, asiwaeke karibu sana kama ameweka kitambo. Wanaweza kuwa wengine wametumwa kama mods. They are coming to learn what we are fighting for. They are coming to learn our plans, our strategy, ndio wapelekee Ruto. So you should be careful so much watu ambao wanarudi saa hii.
So umesema baba should kuna hii statement umesema, oh my goodness, sorry for that. Oh my, all right. I think nimefanya kitu hapa kwa studio tricky, but I think nimeweza kuifanya. Hivi ndio umesema rule number 12 that use selective honesty and generosity to disarm your victim. Unaweza tusaidia kungamua hiyo statement ya 48 rules of power? Of course.
Okay. What I'm trying to say ni kuwa use selective honesty to disarm your victim. You know, one sincere honesty moves will uncover a dozen of dishonest ones. Anytime una pretend kuwa honest person, anytime you pretend to be a royal person, anytime you pretend to be generosity, that thing can inaweza badilisha akili ya mtu ambaye alikuwa anakuazia mabaya akafika you are the best person. And because of that, anaweza tumia that strategy, akuje ajifanya ni rafiki yako, akuje ajifanya yako karibu na wewe, kumbe he just came to learn something from you to destroy. That is what I'm trying to say. He may use honesty. Anaweza kuja kama a honest man, Anaweza kuja kama a friend again. Anaweza kuja kama a person ambaye anakuja kukusaidia. Kumbe ametumwa akuja akuangamize. Yeah, this is the law of power, and Baba should be careful because they will use it.
Okay, interesting. Now, Bwana Oguna, allow me to ask you this. Kuna wakati ilifika tukasema Kalonzo tumwachie kwa sababu amesimama na baba. Na hata baba kuna wakati alisema alikaa nikana kwamba anataka kumwendorse kidogo kidogo, akapindua msimamo, oradha akafafanua zaidi Kenya alikuwa anamaanisha. Hakuwa anamwendorse, alikuwa anasema tu ni jamaa ambaye amekuwa loyal, ni jamaa amekuwa mzuri, so si jamaa mbaya. Kulingana na wewe, hatuwezi pia fikiria kuhusu watu kama Kalonzo?
Mr. Jex, katika boma yako kama unataka kuenda safari na umeita watu kwa unataka kuwaachia nafasi wa kulindie boma, wa kulindie mambo yako, na kuna mtu unaona ako so anxious, anasema lazima mimi ndio niwe ninabaki kulinda hii boma, jihadhari na huyo mtu. Kwa nini anaona ni lazima tu yeye ndio alinde boma? Huyu mtu ako na hidden agenda. Umejua loyalty, hata wakati babako alikuwa kuna ile movie ya ule Sakal, sijui ni na kwanga movie wa India. Kuna jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Sakal, aliua baba yake ili apate mali aende aoe nayo. Sasa umejua ukiona mtu anataka urithi sana kama babake angali, hataki kungoja kuchukua hiyo relay button, hataki kungoja, anataka achukue hata kabla hajapewa. That man sio mtu ambaye anafaa kuwa katika competition. Kalonzo sio mbaya, but Kalonzo katika miaka yote ambayo tumewahi kuwa karibu na yeye tumegundua ya kwamba sio mtu ambaye anataka kungoja, ni mtu anakuanga na speed sana. Na hiyo inamharibianga siasa. Kalonzo ni mtu mzuri, alafu Kalonzo anaongoza watu ambao wako na msimamo. That's why nina respect sana jamii ya Wakamba. Wakamba ndio number 2 kwa msimamo Kenya hii. Ukitoka kwa Wajaluo unaenda kwa Wakamba. Kwa sababu ndio watu wamekubali liwe ni walo, hata kama ni njaa, hata kama ni nini, sisi tutabaki mahali tumekaa. But sasa saa zingine tunakuanga na viongozi ambao pia wako overambitious. Viongozi ambao hawana strategy. Umejua mtu kama Kalonzo kama angekuwa na strategy, angetoka na msukumo nini wake, angetoka na msisimko wake, angeleta wave wake. Lakini yeye anataka kuride kwa wave gani? Anataka kuwa president. Anataka kuwa president from what direction? Anataka kutoka wapi akienda wapi? Amesimamia nini? Umejua pia uongozi si Ruto alikuja alisimamia bottom up. Na sasa hii tunaona vile bottom up iko. Raila amesimamia social justice. Amekaa akisimama akiongea kuhusu social justice since aingie kwa siasa. Tumejua Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa amesimamia nini? Sasa Kalonzo amesimamia nini? Nini tunaweza uza nayo Kalonzo? Ana represent nini? Ana represent social justice ama ana represent hizi vitu za kina Ruto za uongo? Yeye ana represent nini? Si atoka aseme kile ambacho ana represent, auze, ajibrand na hiyo, alafu tumuone kama alternative. Umejua sasa yeye tuwezi muona kama alternative kwa sababu hana kitu ambaye hana ideology ambayo amesimamia. What does he represent? Unaona? Sio mbaya kuchukua kwa Raila, but yeye mwenyewe kama Kalonzo, unaona Babu Owino umejua is a young politician, lakini unaona ana represent kitu msukumo ambaye amekubali kusimama nayo. Kiongozi lazima awe na msukumo ambaye amesimama nayo, yenye atasimama nayo, liwe ni jua, liwe ni baridi, liwe ni nini, yeye atasimama na hiyo kila ambacho anaamini. But problem, hata kama tutamsukuma Halo?
Na kusikia?
Yes, hata kama tutamsukuma awe president, hata tutamsukuma achukue mahala pa Raila. What does he represent? Ni nini ana represent? Ni nini ambayo tutamuuza nayo? Tungetamani sana kumuuza. Tungetamani sana kusema ya kwamba Kalonzo is the best alternative. Na umejua lazima mtu anauzwa kama hakuna ideology. Na ideology ni ile uwezo wa kujibrand na kuamini kitu moja na unafuatilia hiyo kitu. Hata kama unaitwa nani, Raila ameitwa kila jina. Raila ameitwa anti-business, Raila ameitwa sijui nini, ameitwa mtu wa maandamano, ameitwa sijui mzee wa kitendawili, sijui nini, lakini kuna mahali amesimamia mpaka wale ambao wamekuwa wakimdharau pia wanarudi wanasema ai, hata kama ingawaje tumekuwa tukimdharau huyu mzee, kuna kitu ana represent. Na hakuna mtu atakanga change. Unaona Jex, kila mtu anatakanga change. Watu wote wanatakanga kutoka katika sehemu fulani kwenda katika sehemu fulani, lakini tutaenda katika sehemu fulani kama tumejua what the leader represent. Sio mbaya Kalonzo kuwa president. Yes.
All right. Wrecked Sheep, Kalonzo anaweza jipake jaje ili akubalike na ili awe the person that many can see as a rightful candidate, because as I'm listening to you guys, it's as though he's not ready, or even though he could say he's ready, as these gentlemen are opining, it's as though Kalonzo Musyoka will have a difficult task convincing Akina Uguna and the likes ya kumsupport. What can Kalonzo do?
Kalonzo's image from when I knew politics is always been behind his people, the Kamba people. So to me, he's just a tribal chief. He can round up his community and his people. He can get a good amount of votes, like not sufficient enough to get him to presidency. Kalonzo, if he were to take a different approach, maybe it will yield some different results. He should, let's say, I think he lacks the capability and the money for it. Traversing the whole country is a very huge task. Not unless Raila was to directly endorse him, then he would have the party support. But as an individual, I don't see him being president. Not now. It's very impossible, and Kenya is not ready for him. Yeah.
Black, it's always obvious that a small river pours into a big river. It's almost always obvious. Wiper isn't a huge or a big river. It's a small river, almost a tributary. ODM is a big river. How can these two interswipe that we now have Kalonzo being the man to be pushed to be the president by even ODM, for example? How can that work?
First of all, before I answer that, I would like to ask a question and then expect an answer later from the Wrecked Sheep when he says that Kenya is not ready for Kalonzo. With which parameters does he say that? That will answer when his time comes too. Raila would not have achieved his feat up to this point that he has achieved had it not been Kalonzo on his side. Just the other day in 2022, before we had the elections, right? Kalonzo had decided to go and chat his way, right? Then we saw the likes of Mr. G and his friends and other brothers who are not here present, so I will not mention their names, talk about how Kalonzo should go back and support Raila. That is how strange these fellows can be, right? At this point now, that Kalonzo needs them, they're saying that Kalonzo should find his own way. And if he decides to find his own way, come 2027, they will return back and still again start requesting Kalonzo to go back and back Raila. I mean, that is how strange these fellows can be. Like I said, nimewasoma sana jamaa, najuanga wenye wana behavingi. Sasa hii Kalonzo aseme anasimama peke yake, watasema Kalonzo akisimama peke yake anagawanya kura za Raila sijui nini, because I know how how these guys think. I know how the train of thoughts is. Nimewasoma sana. So as to a small river draining into a big river, na kurudisha tu kwa ile mfano ya Kibaki. Kulikuanga na Martha Karua, not Martha Karua, Ngilu, Wamalwa, Saitoti, Raila, right? If you are to rate them from number 1 to number 5, which number would you have placed Kibaki? That is a question to each one of you. Raila out of them all was the most popular of all the 5. That's the biggest river, right? Now we had Kijana wa Malwa. If you put him on the same weighing scale with Kibaki, he was far much popular than Kibaki. Because remember, Mount Kenya at the time, Uhuru was still young, but he still had votes in Mount Kenya. People should not forget that. So still, I would have placed Kijana wa Malwa as the second most. Then we had Ngilu. Ngilu had her own wave too. So these were big rivers, but still, it is the small river in Kibaki that the whole wave ended up going to him, and he became the flag bearer. So like I said earlier on, all Raila needs to do is just declare someone as Tosha, and that's it. So regardless of being a big river and the other one being a small river, it directly shown in 2002 that it's possible, it can be done, and it was done. When as big as Raila was, declared someone that was not as big as him. Ungeweka kwa mizani kwa ratili, Raila was far larger, far bigger, alikuwa mkubwa zaidi kwa uzito kuliko Kibaki by very far. But he chose to back Kibaki. And that's a fact. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
All right. Wow.
So Mambea, that's a big river. Declared the small river to be the flag bearer. Yeah.
All right. Now, Mr. G, kuna swali hapa na pia nyinyi wengine kuna maswali kwenyu, maswali mazito. I hope I wish I could be in a position to be answering, but where I have to be the moderator. All right. Na kuna mtu hapa anasema you guys mumetumwa Alex Movie anasema nyinyi watu mmetumwa mchomeane, mnachoma CV mbaya sana ya Kalonzo hapa nje. Mr. G umetumwa na nani bwana? Unachoma CV mbaya sana ya Kalonzo.
Sijatumwa na mtu. You know, I agree with what Black is saying. I agree with what Black is saying. But now the problem is that Kalonzo bado ile watermelon bado ijamtoka. Ile watermelon bado ijamtoka. So anafaa atoke out, anafaa atoke kwa hiyo watermelon yake. Yeah, this is the guy ambaye kwanza
watermelon.
Unajua Black anasema kuwa last time before we go to election kuna wakati ambako amesimama peke yake tukaanza kumfuata akuje. It's true, alituletea votes, and in fact people from Kambani they like Kalonzo so much. That's why what tunapata almost 80%, almost 90% tunapata from Kalonzo. But now look at that picture last time when we called him 2022. This is a guy ambao sisi tulikuwa na mkutano yetu, yeye ameweka tayari yake mpaka there's a time ambayo alitangaza mpaka deputy president wake. Huku tumemwita akuje kwa mkutano wetu, yeye ametuacha kwa mkutano wetu, ameenda kutangaza deputy president wake the other side. Haya, imefika mahali pa kuchagua deputy president. Yeye akasema hata kuja kwa hiyo meeting, hata kuja kwa hiyo interview. Sasa tunajua mtu hakuji, baadaye tunamwona ndo wa kwanza amefika. So this is a guy ambaye hana stand. The watermelon in him. Hana stand. Inafaa imtoke awe somebody ambaye anasimama kama hata Karua akisema mimi sitaki kitu fulani, sitaki. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, going to votes. Ameongea vizuri nani? Ameongea vizuri sana the ship. Somebody ship, hiyo jina umefunika hata sioni tena. Yeah, amesema kuwa amesema kuwa Kalonzo anaweza kuwa anakosa muscle upande wa finance. And it's true. Kalonzo cannot campaign the whole country the way Baba is doing. Why? Kwa sababu bado hana hiyo finance. He needs somebody to back him up. Okay, Baba can back him up. But aonyeshe basi. That is what we are asking. It's not that attacking asimame. He can stand, anaweza simama. But aonyeshe kuwa yes, mimi niko na Azimio na mimi nasimama kama president. Sasa mniback. Na Baba aseme kweli mimi wacha ni back kwa sababu pia nimejaribu mara mingi nimeibiwa. Maybe huyu anaweza kosa kuibiwa. But what I know ni kuwa hata tukiback Kalonzo, if at all tutakuwa na team ambayo is not strong enough to gather votes, huyu jamaa tusimuandarate. Unakumbuka vile kina Joho walimuandarate, vile kina nini kina huyu Msomali walimuandarate wakiwa namtaja jina the own person ambaye kwa mtu wetu huyu Watwoli akawa anatuambia tukate miti. Baadaye sisi tunakata miti huku, kumbe ameshakimbia hako kule. Jana namuona anaanza kuongea akisema kuwa sijati anaona hii government analia nini. This is a guy ambaye he was on our side. And it is the same guy who told us that when you choose Ruto, atabeba the central Kenya, atabeba the central back kwa mgongo, akimbie. Is the same person ambaye ni Atwoli. So what did he see different from us? Akaamua kurudi kwa Ruto. Ni kitu gani ambaye aliona? Sasa anaanza kulia, analia nini sasa? So what I'm saying, tusiwe na watu kama kina Atwoli. We need people who can gather vote, people who can see ahead of us, people who can see ahead of what Ruto is seeing on our side. Then tutachukua kiti, hata tukipatia Kalonzo, bora tukiwe na a strong team ambayo itatusaidia kugather votes, tutachukua. Tukiwa na Baba, the same Baba akisimama 2027, na tuwe na a strong team ambayo itagather our votes. We are taking this thing. Shida ni kuwa mdomo tuko nao mingi, lakini we are not guarding our votes. Captain tuko na captain wa kutosha. Captain yuko kabisa wa kutosha. Hata tukipatia nini, hata tukipatia the former governor of Kakamega, he can still take us to where we want to go. Only if tutakuwa na a strong team backing us and protecting our votes.
All right, beautiful. Black, do you agree?
About what exactly?
Do you agree that if Baba gets mtu atamchungia kura, mtu mwenye ata I don't know if you are listening to what Mr. G is saying. Mr. G anasema issue inakuanga Baba hana mtu wa kumlindia kura, but if atapata mtu anamlindia kura, mse akona uwezo wa kuleta hasira kama ya Kina, you know, probably Baba anaweza emerge victorious. Do you agree?
I think huwa anaongelea vitu vingine ambavyo siko baya, but is speaking the obvious. I mean, every candidate usually has someone and should have someone kigad kura zao. So so if you were Baba akienda kupiga
watu wanapora kura za Baba.
I don't believe that. I think Kenya when it comes to election, wote huwa wanachezeana. It's just a matter of who plays the most. That's it. Wote. None of them is clean. And Mr. G knows that. Rectorship knows that. And my brother in the green t-shirt, sorry, they also know that. All sides play that game. All sides. Be it Azimio, be it whichever side, wote hucheza, wote huchezesha na kucheza na kura, wote. None of them plays clean. None. And that is a fact. So there's no way that if they know the fact is that they all play dirty at some point, waanze ku cry foul baadaye. That's a joke. No. So I think they should just rearrange their strategies and pick up a different flag bearer. All Raila needs to do is just declare someone Tosh and that's it. But if he goes and runs by himself, the outcome will still be the same. Just like Red Ship said. Akisimama pale, outcome itakuwa tu ni same. Hata fikisha meli kwa bandarini. And that's a fact.
Black, kwani unamaanisha Raila alirogwa ama ni nini? Unamaanisha ni Raila alirogwa, haiwezi kuwa president?
Hiyo mambo, hiyo kurogwa hiyo saa hiyo ni yako, wewe ndio umesema.
No, you are saying that akisimama still itakuwa the outcome will be the same. Akisimama outcome itakuwa the same. So that means that he cannot.
Ukiangalia ile math, the mathematics when it comes to the numbers of which he'll be depending on are still the same. The same people. He will rely on the Nyanza vote, the coastal vote, and if Kalonzo is to stand by himself, he would have lost the Kamba vote. I mean, what do you expect? Venye mnasema eti Kalonzo ajisimamie mwenyewe, he would have lost ile zile milioni mbili sijui ni ngapi za Kamba vote. I mean, do you expect him to win? At the same time, Ruto is the president right now. He has all the machinery on his side. What do you expect will happen? The only way you can the only way you can unseat him, the sitting president, is if you have an overwhelming voters vote your way kama vile 2002, yani Kenya mzima, wave mzima, and you cannot get that when you have Kalonzo. Unataka Kalonzo aende asimame peke yake, you can't get that. That's a fact. You need to have Kalonzo on board and all other political opposition. Wote. That's the only way you can do it, because each person mwenye unamwonanga hata ana kura nyingi but still akona kura, unahitaji hizo kura zake. Say the Kamba vote is how much? Wako around 2 million, right? If Kalonzo akienda akisimama peke yake, how do you expect to win with a wave ama landslide when you've lost 2 million to Kalonzo already? It's impossible. So that's why I'm talking to you from a mathematical point of view.
Hello, Mr. Black.
What we are trying to say, we are not saying that Kalonzo atoke Azimio aenda simame peke yake. Kalonzo should show the muscle. Aonyeshe, and he should pull up the socks. This is what we are saying. Sasa unasema kuwa baba akisimama atakuwa na support ya ile ambayo ilikuwa ya kitambo. Tumeona how many people in Central Kenya ambao wamerudi wanapiga kelele wakiomba msamaha Uhuru. Uhuru bado yako na baba sasa. Uhuru supports baba. How many Kikuyus, how many people from Central Kenya wamelia wakiomba Uhuru msamaha? Wanalia kabisa, wanasema baba tusamee, tulikosa, tusamee. How many people? Meaning that Uhuru bado ako na support in Central Kenya. And when these people gather together, Uhuru Kenyatta, Kalonzo Musyoka, Martha Karua, and the whole team, we are taking over this thing. We are not saying that Kalonzo atoke aende. No, what we are saying is Kalonzo ataka kitu aonyeshe. Okay, you heard something, Mr. Omar, Okay, the guy in the green, ujue jina langu. Kuna kitu kwenda kusema? The guy in green.
Yes, okay, I'm the guy in green. Okay, thank you. Mimi nilikuwa ninasema ya kwamba si ati tumesema Kalonzo aende ajisimamie. Lakini kile ambacho ukiangalia dynamics ya siasa hii mwaka moja yenye UDA wamekuwa na uongozi, unaona kama UDA is a sinking ship, na most of UDA supporters sahi wanatoka UDA mbio sana. Watu wanatoka UDA, wacha nikuambie, watu wanatoka UDA. Kama UDA ingekuwa na nguvu sahi, Western Kenya ingekuwa ni UDA mkubwa.
Mimi sijatoka.
Wewe ndio umebaki wachache na mtaendelea kubaki wachache hivyo. That is the unfortunate part of it. Sasa usijali, nyinyi umejua pia lazima pia kuna kuanga na ticks. Ticks umejua zinakaanga kwa ngozi ya mnyama, hata kama inapelekwa slaughter. Wanaona mnyama inachinjwa bado wanakaa tu. Sasa kuna ticks pia bado wako UDA wana benefit. Na most of people ambao wanaangalia Kenya na wanapenda Kenya na ni patriotics, wanasema hapana, hapa hatuwezi kukaa. Mimi niko na a lot of friends. Kuna watu tunafanya nao kazi ambao wako very prominent. Tunaongea saa zingine tunacheza tunaongea tunaweka jokes na unasikia watu wametoka UDA. In fact hata hapa Rift Valley wenye mnafikiria ni wakale ambao ndio mnasema Ruto ni mtoto wao, wakale wengine they are really in regret. Wanasema hawakujua kama this man was not a leader. Sasa kuna dynamics ya 2027 and I tell you you'll be surprised. Hii wave yenye imeanza kujijenga hii brother, unaona hii wave usicheze nayo. Mimi kama we ni mdogo Kenya hii, sisi some of us are 45 years and we've seen, tumepiga kura 1997 na tumejua wave vile zinakimbianga. Hii wave sio ya mchezo, na hii wave inaenda kusweep, and I tell you this is the real tsunami. Inaenda kusweep, hakuna mtu atabaki. I tell you hata huyo Kalonzo sahi hawezi mwambia ati aende haribu kura ya Azimio ati ndio Ruto aendelee kuwa president akiruhusu. Haiwezekani. Na I tell you Ruto hatatolewa na kura ya kubambanya ati kabila hii itaungana na kabila hii, sivi kabila hii itaungana na kabila hii. Urongo mbaya. Sahi Wakenya, mimi ni Mluya. Mimi vile unaniona hivi mimi ni Mluya, lakini sasa hata ukisikia Kiswahili yangu ni ya Kijaluo, ujue ya kwamba amaloya mawanga. Wacha nikwambie, siasa ya Kenya imebadilika sana. Na 2027 ndio itaenda kuprove watu ambao wameamini kwa tribal arithmetics wrong. Na watasimama on the wrong side of history. Wenye watabaki wakifikiria, mimi nimesikia sijui na kuna mtu amesikia Kimani Ngunjiri nani ule mbunge former MP wa Molo former MP huyu mzee anatukananga kwa social media, huyu anaitwanga nani Kimani somebody. Huyu Kimani ameongea kitu, amesema lazima Mount Kenya pia wawe na party yao. They will negotiate na presidential candidates in 2027 kulingana na party yao, kupitia kwa party yao, hawatakuwa UDA. Sasa hawa ni watu wenye walileta UDA na hao ndio wazee wenye walienda kwa Ruto kutengeneza UDA. Kama watu sasa hivi wanatoka UDA, kuna nani anabaki huko? Mount Kenya wameamua kutoka, wanaenda kutengeneza party yao, na wanasema sasa hivi Rigathi Gachagua is being undermined kwa sababu walitengeneza loose coalition na kabila zingine ambao wako na chama zao. Wanasema Ford Kenya iko tuna 6 MPs wako na speaker. Sijui ANC iko na sijui 9 MPs wako na prime minister. Wao wako na over sijui 70 MPs, sijui wako na nini na walipewa deputy president peke yake. Sasa brother, wacha nikwambie, hata kama tutafanya nini, dynamics of 2027 sio kitu yenye utapredict vile tulipredict 2023 na 2020 na hizo miaka zote ambazo tulikuwa tunasema ati tulipredict 2013 na 2017 na 2022 tukisema ati Waluya watapiga huku, sijui Wakamba watapiga huku. Kwani unafikiria Wakamba waoni njaa? Au Wakamba waoni vile Kenya hebu uliza economy zao, watu wenye wamesoma economy watakwambia vile Kenya is sinking and is sinking very fast. Kama dola inaenda 167 in a span of only 1 year, dola imeteremka mpaka 100 and wenye wanafanya imports, wenye wanaleta vitu kutoka ng'ambo wanalia machozi. Watu wanatoka kwa biashara. Watu wenye walitegemea biashara, kazi zinaharibika, makampuni zinafunga, zinaenda Tanzania. Wewe unafikiria Kenya ni mchezo sahihi bwana? Watu wanataka hata ukisema uchaguzi uwe kesho, utaona watu vile watasimama waseme Ruto hapana. Sasa kama we bado uko UDA, kaa UDA, lakini usifikirie kura ya 2027 watu watapiga kulingana na ukabila. No. Mtu asikudanganye. 2027 watu watapiga kura wakichukua nchi yao back, taking back our country. Not about tribe, sijui Kikuyu, sijui Mjaluo, sijui Mluya, no. Na ndio kwa sababu unaona sasa hii, angalia hii wave yenye Raila anaenda nayo. Mtu mwenye alishindwa mpaka kila mtu akacheka meno yake yote. Sasa hii anatembea akichukua defectors. Wewe ushawaiona watu wanatoka kwa serikali wanarudi kwa upinzani eti wana defect, na serikali imefanya tu mwaka moja brother, tangu zaliwe. Mr. B, wewe ndio naongea na wewe. Umewahi kuona inalia, watu wanatoka kwa serikali wanarudi kwa upinzani. Have you seen? Asanteni.
Okay. Yes, Mr. G. Ndugu yako, your brother is very worked up. But I can tell you, I can tell you something. Like Rectship rightfully said, Kalonzo is more like a tribal chief. And there are many like him, tribal chiefs elsewhere. Si yetu peke yake. Unaona? So, believe it or not, unfortunately as it is, Kenya's politics has always been about mnawaita community leaders or leaders. Unaona venye unasema hii time umetoka kusema tu, sijui Mount Kenya walikuwa wanasema wanataka watengeneze chama yao, unaanza kuhesabu. It's just we mwenyewe yani unajikoroga na mafuta yako eti because sijui NC walikuja na MPs 9 sijui wakapata kiti gani sijui nini. Already you tayari umewagawanya tribally, and then at the end of it all you come and say that election night. I mean, you are contradicting yourself, my dear brother. No. Secondly, I'd like to correct you on your very point ya kusema eti kwamba walipata tu Mount Kenya walipata tu vice president or rather the deputy president. Are you aware who's the majority leader in parliament and from where he comes from? Are you aware of the number of CS that are coming from Mount Kenya? So ukiwa unasema vile unasema, you are misguided and misinformed. That's what I wanted to say. So it's just a matter of trying to correct you on that matter. Siko ubaya.
You know, we are trying to correct you
Hapa ni
that
mambo na kurekebishana.
I was quoting from a different source, which is actually not me. I'm quoting from Ngunjiri.
That source kuanzia leo.
Hello?
Kuanzia leo. Your source achana now. If it tells you that Mount Kenya only got the deputy president seat, that whoever gave you that source, that's a wrong source. And Mount Kenya, they have a huge chunk of government right now.
They have a huge chunk of
CS, kuna parliamentary select committees, yani kuna vitu nyingi sana. So it's not only what you.
I can agree with Black. You know, Mr. Omar ubaji nako haionekani. You know, in this government, kama kuna watu ambao wamepewa kazi wengi sana, mpaka kwa what we call it, our workers wa nje, wacha watu wa parliament, wa government, nje pia ya government. People ambao wamesurvive, watu ambao wamesikia furaha ya kuenjoy life ya government, mostly in Central Kenya, Rift Valley, and part of Luoland. Wabaluya, in fact, Baluya kuna kitu wamepata. Hao ni among people ambao wamesaulika kwa this government. And I think the report was out. I think it was early this week ama late last week. Kulikuwa kumegawanyika, wanaongea kuwa kuna watu ambao wamebenefit from this government and we have some communities ambao hata hawana mtu mmoja kwa hii government. Even civil servants. Utapata mostly in Central Kenya, Rift Valley and part of Jaluoland. Wabaluya ni wachache sana. So kama ni kubenefit, wakikuwa wamebenefit sana. But the issue ni kuwa the policy ambao the guy is using to run the country dimetuharibia economy. You know, there's a vice president from Ghana ambaye amesema kuwa you cannot run a government through lies ama through propaganda. In case you try to run the country by propaganda, the exchange rate will expose you. Nani amenyamaza sana? Our record ship amenyamaza sana. Ako around?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, unaweza endelea, unaweza comment Mr. Record Ship.
I would like to comment about what you said on Ruto's economical plan. As being a student of economics, especially economics, the rate of the MPC rate, the marginal propensity to consume, has raised by 12%, 12.5%. That is almost a 45% increment from last year. And also the banks have increased the interest rates by 12.5%. Also, that is a 45% increase from last year. All this is to cap down on inflation. It might not happen right now, but its sole intent is to cap down on inflation. And inflation, you don't tackle it in a day or in a year. It takes time, a little bit time. So in a matter of time, things will be good around. By the time when elections are coming up, the economy will be in a much better situation than it is right now. So Ruto's economical plan is not one that will yield fruits right now. It might yield maybe in 3 years or 4 years, but it's definitely a working plan. I can tell you that.
But look at you, if you're saying that it is a working plan, this is the same guy ambao some few months ago alituambia kuwa, in fact it's Rigi G ambao alituambia kuwa if you are hiding your dollars unafaa uzitoe. In case kuna dola umeficha mahali zitoe haraka. That time ambao alikuwa na introduce G2G. Do you remember Ruto himself telling us that a time will come whereby dollar itarudi mpaka ifike around 115? Do you remember that time? Then what happened? You have given him more than one year and a half. We don't see anything. What happened? And then you're still saying that we give him time.
This was all geopolitics too, the fight on the dollar. I'm sure Ruto wanted its needs and America had its needs. So once everyone's needs were settled, and we were back to using the dollars because it's a de facto currency in Kenya.
You know, I don't understand this economy and the guy who is pushing this economy, kwa sababu kulingana na projections hata za World Bank leo, sijui mimi ndio nimekuwa obsessed na kuangalia news na analysis sana mpaka nimekuwa negative na government yetu, kwa sababu kuna an economist ametoka tu kwa TV sahi na alikuwa anasema huyu jamaa anaitwa Philip Kisia I think was a former Nairobi clerk, town clerk kitambo, kama bado tuko na county council, city council. Na Philip Kisia amesema ya kwamba hata ukiangalia both sides projections za inaonyesha downwards trajectory, inaonyesha ya kwamba we are heading nowhere. Na anasema ya kwamba in fact amekuwa Ruto mwenyewe akisema ya kwamba ile G2G naenda kuangusha dola na dola itanunuliwa kwa sijui 120 sijui. Na hata yeye na hii uongo yake akasimama mbele watu anaweka mkono yake hivi anasema hata 115 itafika. Sasa hii badala ya kuwa 115 120 vile alisema dola imeenda 167 imefika 170 kwa nini? Kwa brokers. Sasa wenye wako na matumaini, sijui mnaomba dini gani yenye sisi hatuombi, sijui nyinyi mnaona vipi. Hello. Kuna imani nyingine mtu anaweza kuwa nao na shangana huyu mtu. Kwani yeye hata Lejo Maria, yeye mjua hata Lejo Maria wanakuanga na imani lakini sio kama ya watu wa UDA. I think these people, mimi nilisema these people, watu wa UDA wako na mental problem.
Just to make it clear. Just to make it clear, I'm not a UDA supporter. I'm a student of economics and I understand economics better than I understand politics. So when I say the economics, I mentioned the MPC, the marginal propensity to consume. That measures the amount of money a worker uses to cater for his daily needs as opposed to savings. The current MPC rate right now is at 12.5%. It was increased. That was there's a 45% increment from last year. When you increase the MPC, the marginal propensity to consume, the worker ends up saving more. than using the money for the other activities. And this in the long run tackles inflation. That was my point of argument.
So, brother, where is this in this argument? Because as we see, umejua mimi naiona na layman's eyes ya kwamba kazi zinapotea, wenye walikuwa wameajiriwa kazi zinapotea. Sasa hao workers wenye wataspend wanatoka wapi? Umejua ama nikuje kwa shule yako unifundishe hata mimi pia. Umejua saa zingine nimekuwa fundi sana, nikafikiria tu ya mjengo na kufanya wiring mpaka hii economy sielewi.
I think another pose a question. Can you pose a question kwa hii? You know,
yes.
It's true. Alituambia kuwa he's not a UDA supporter. It's true, he's not a UDA supporter. But now, when we talk about economics, ambao anaongea, we know that the person who advises the president ni Kinandi. Na Kinandi ndo amejitokezea kuonekana kama walikuwa wanamdanganya. In fact, Kinandi ndo watu ambao propose this issue of G2G. Kinandi na hao wengine wakienda wakituma mpaka huko Saudi Arabia to do something. Now, if we are expecting the same people ambao wameleta programs ambao zimefail or propose things ambao zimetulet down, how do you expect them now kutusaidia in the future? Even though anasema kuwa there's some nini to cap the inflation and everything, but you know, we have to see this reality if it happen. At least, you know, by the time Nana aliingia huyu Kibaki ile 2022 in fact the first month 2-3 months we saw something, but this guy here tumempatia the whole year and a half, economy inaenda kuharibia. Sasa dola imefika $160 something na inaendelea kupanda. Many people are closing up their businesses in a close, people are losing jobs, things are not working in a country. Now when will this economy work? Ne anaenda kutax watu kila siku, up and down, right and center, anatax watu. Sasa kwa shule primary schools more than 300,000 people hawajareport shuleni. Yana collect pesa kila siku. Tunaambiwa kuna pesa zimewekwa za kubudget mambo ya education. Juzi alikuwa anaambia wazazi kwa wasilipa hata school fees kwa sababu kuna pesa zimekuwa set aside kulipa school fees. Tunaambiwa leo kuna mtoto amepata 370 something marks, amerudi class 6 kwa sababu ameshindwa kulipa karo ya shule. So, which economy are we talking about ambayo itatusaidia? Which policies can you use for this somebody to save us in this country? Back to you, Jex. No.
You guys are doing a good job. Maka, I'm enjoying listening. Yes, Mr. Black.
Kwanza nataka niwaambie hii G2G was not only exclusive to Kenya. Hii G2G TZ bado walikuwa wanatumia, UG walitumia, India walikuwa wanatumia. Understand that. Now even Russia was using it. Because I'll give an example, okay? Russia has oil, okay? Wamejua wamekuanga na shida. So they've been selling their oil very cheaply. So what have they been doing? India has been taking advantage of this and buying this cheap oil from Russia, but it had been in rupees. So now, it was expected that if they would be dealing in local currencies like Russia wanalipwa na rupees, that Russians would also be importing stuff from India and they would be using these rupees to purchase these items. That is how it was expected to be done. Okay. In that perspective, unfortunately, Russia wame end up kuwa na rupees nyingi kwenye banks za India that they cannot use because they import very less and they are still getting a lot more rupees because India are still purchasing more. Same case happens. So ndo nilikuwa najaribu kuambia, my point ya kusema hivi ni kwamba hii issue ya G2G si Kenya peke yake venye Mr. G anasema eti ni Ndindo alikuja na no. TZ pia kwa natumia. India and Russia have been trading like that. Tangu hivi vita ya Ukraine ianze. So I just wanted to make that point of correction. Ndo tuelewane. Thank you.
All right.
Jex, just a minute, Jex. When I talked about Mr. Ndii introducing this thing, I never say that it is a new thing in Kenya. And he's the one who is founder of this thing. What I said is he is the advisor of the president. Nenda aliambia president ajaribu G2G kwa sababu italeta manufaa, but haijaleta manufaa. Sikusema kwa ndo ameintroduce that thing. What I just meant kwa ameleta a wrong idea. So haizi tusaidia.
If Tanzania has been using the same, imeleta manufaa kwa hajaleta manufaa? It's a simple question.
In Tanzania bado we cannot compare sisi na Tanzania, still bado, although some of our investors wamekimbia wameenda Tanzania, but how economy and how Tanzania does their things na sisi ni tofauti.
TZ pia walianza G2G not long ago, baadaye. So what can you say about that?
All right, interesting questions, and I think we really need to find answers. Some of these things zinatushinda majibu. But there's something that Oguna said about the dollar that imenifanya nikatafuta hii clip.
Depreciation against the US dollar is putting more pressure on Kenyans, even as importers and business persons begin to pass on the exchange rate costs to consumers to ensure business continuity. Jimmy Mbogo spoke to importers in different fields to understand their pain points and how they intend to remain afloat, even as experts warn that the shilling could close the year 2024 at over 200 shillings against the greenback, which is viewed as the global trade currency.
As you walk through the streets of Nairobi's Kamukunji Trade Center, the hustle and bustle may fool you to think that business is booming. But there lies a deep concern that traders are yet to find a lasting solution to. To a majority of them who deal in imported products, the rising dollar rate is an existential crisis that has forced them to reorganize their businesses to remain afloat.
Dollar ilikuwa like some few years back ilikuwa 100. Saa hii kama tu leo ina trade na 166. Na ni ile wanasema kwa bodu ukifika huko unaipata iko 166 na point. A whole difference of 66. Na difference ya miaka 2-3 4 hapo. Naona. So profit yako kama ulikuwa unapata kwa hiyo 100 unapata 100, saa hii unapata imeshuka na hiyo 60. Unapata kama ni 30.
Wamboi now says she has been forced to reduce her consignment orders to maintain liquidity, cutting down on her orders from a bi-monthly frequency and stretching it to only twice a year.
Sijui tutafanya aje, huwezi ongeza mizigo every day. Na rate ya dola inaongezeka every day. Unapata dola since kama from Monday ukiulizia dola ikianza ilikuwa 161, sasa iko 166, every day inaenda juu. Huwezi ongeza hizi mizigo kila siku. Unaelewa? So inakuwa ngumu sana.
The dollar headache is not only felt by traders. According to Peter Otieno, the national chairperson of the Car Importers Association of Kenya, the rising dollar rate has also forced them to increase motor vehicle pricing to cushion their businesses, noting that it has led to a decrease in importation of used motor vehicles in the country.
The dollar has really gone high. That is now making our market to be very, very impossible. Because the vehicles that were less than 1 million now is 1 million plus. And if we cannot raise it to match the dollar, then we cannot sell and we cannot import more. The importation of used motor vehicles have reduced by 65%, which means what we are importing now is 35%.
With analysts expecting the Kenya shilling to further weaken against the US dollar as it undergoes the much-needed correction, traders are warning customers to brace themselves for higher commodity prices in the coming days.
You want to keep your shop open, but at the same time, you cannot remove money from your pocket and put it in the hands of the person who is buying the product that you're selling.
For the traders here in Kamukunji, their survival is on the line with every single coin that they spend to get the US dollar. A decision that they tell me could as well put them out of business. Jimmy Mbogo.
Wow. All right. Now that's the situation of the dollar. Let me begin with you, Black, then I come to Mr. Rekship and Mr. G. Black, what do you make of this? That unakuta dollar ndio inatukimbiza mbio tu sana at 166 Now and tukianza mwaka hata haikuwa huko kote, ilikuwa 140 something, tulikuwa tunaelekea 150 something actually, but now we are at 166. Now wanasema inaweza enda up to 200. What do you make of that? Because we import most of our things using dollar. Even when we pay our loans, we are paying using dollar. We were able to see that paying using dollar imetufanya tunalipa zaidi ya what we had borrowed. What do you make of it, Bwana Black?
I think this was foreseen. This must have been foreseen. I mean, yes, it must have been foreseen, but unfortunately, maybe haikuwa imeambiwa watu because we don't want to have people panic out there. But the fact of the matter, it was foreseen because ukiangalia kama tulikuwa tuna deni za kulipa na hatukuwa na hizo dollars. Where could we run to? Ndio maana umeona hata tumekimbilia hizi IMF loans, World Bank loans, and unfortunately these guys also wako kwa biashara. Wanataka pesa zao zilipe, and the only way they want that, I mean, to guarantee them that you'll pay them is they will tell you, okay, weka tax hapa, wekeni tax pale, wekeni tax hii, tax kile, tax hii, so that they too can be assured that pesa yao itarudi sio. So it's a complex web which I don't think I'll be able to explain in a minute or two. It will take more time, but it's a complex web. The dollar is still gonna go, itazidi kushuka value, pesa yetu ya Kenya itazidi kushuka value, dollar itazidi kupanda value for a while, alafu itakuja itasimama, alafu tena ianze kurudi polepole. Sasa penye tulikuwa itastabilize, tuanze kurudi tena polepole. Yeah.
All right,
it will take time.
All right, I understand you are not well.
Yeah, Manuel.
It's good to have you in the show. Equally, usipotee hivyo sana Bwana G. Sorry Bwana Black, usipotee hivyo be tokeanga but we wish you quick recovery. Paul, I understand madawas na I was there a few days ago. I know what you mean when you say you are drowsy. All right, so I wish you a quick recovery. I know utatoboa, tulitoboa, utatoboa. Homa ni where I know. I was there a few days ago. All right, Rec Ship, how do you explain the dollar? And as a business person, how has it affected you?
Well, they say history repeats itself. Just like Mr. Black said, it's a foreseen moment throughout in history. This could date back in the 1920s when there was a dollar crisis, the first dollar crisis. When the world went into panic mode, at first the dollar was in the form of a handwritten note. Let's say if you had a $1 bill, you'd be given a one. It's almost a paper written note that it's written it's worth $1, and then you would go to the reserve bank and you would get your gold for that dollar. That's how currency used to work back then. So America feared that it had printed more notes than it had gold to give. So the world went into panic mode. Everybody wanted their gold, and America had lots of papers and zero gold to give. So it came up with a plan. Richard Nixon, the president of America, came up with a plan of making the dollar as it is today into fiat currency, to what we use today. So the thing is that when you print more of the fiat currency, the more it loses its value, and when it loses its value, and that's the beginning of problems throughout the world, like inflations and government bonds. And the next thing is government bonds. Right now, what we are facing, America is buying lots of government bonds to sustain the US dollar as the reserve currency. But this G2G war that is going out through the world, where different parts of the world are deciding to use their own currencies, that is somehow tackling America. Just like Mr. Black said, things will get worse before they get better. So things are going to get worse, but eventually we're going to pick up speed and it's going to stabilize everything.
Okay. Mr. G, things are going to get worse and then they're going to get better. Hapo kwa port, where you work hapo kwa bandari, how has importation been over the years? I'm sure you've been there for quite some time. How has importation been? Has it increased? Has it gone down? Has it stabilized? What is the situation of the ground there?
At the moment, kumekuwa na decrease. You know, there's a time, I think it was ile time ya Kibaki, when the dollar came out, na ikafika around, I think it was $1. And that was the time of Kibaki, and the business was booming. But a time came when that dollar again ikarudi to 100 plus. But although business ilikuwa ikiendelea, but now from this time, from 2022 until today, I can tell you that the business imekuwa down sana. Yeah, even in port, business iko chini sana. That's why I told you that some of our investors wameenda Tanzania because of dollar. Mtu hawezi pata hiyo dola zote anunue mzigo tena alete. So business imekuwa affected in port. Business imekuwa affected in Kenya. That's why even business are closing. So when we talk about issue kuwa for a period of time, alafu tena baadaye ndio ikuje kuwe sawa. Maybe, but I don't know which criteria watatumia, because with the guy na zile policy ambazo anazitumia sioni kama ata stabilize our economy. The moment anajaribu kuendelea, nimemwona kama he's somebody who relies on propaganda na haizi kusema ukweli. So I don't see if tutakuwa stabilize very soon. I don't see. Sijatatumia njia gani.
Mr. Rectship, what would be the game plan of William Ruto? How do you see him coming out of this?
Ruto has all the state mechanics. Yeah, and he has everything that he needs to keep himself in power. And he's a smart guy. He's been in the Y2K since in the 90s. He's a guy that can mobilize people. And right now that he has all the state powers in his hands, I don't see him maintaining power as an issue to him. Because we've seen so far how he's handled Raila very, very well. Throughout his demonstrations, he's handled it like a pro. So we really wait. It's a game of just seeing him win again. That's what I think. If Azimio won't plan itself very nicely, we're going to see a repetition of him being president again.
All right. Now, I want us to go to other topics mbio before we wrap up. We are not far from wrapping up. Now, I want to bring this first topic, why Kenya is in a constitutional crisis. All right. It's been long. It's now headed to 2 years since the last time we had any IEBC commissioner. Close to 2 years now. None, zero. The constitution envisaged we should have at least a minimum of 3, I think, and a maximum of 7. Of course, the NADCO report is proposing a maximum of 9. But now we don't have any of them. We have so many by-elections pending. The Speaker of Parliament cannot even issue or declare a seat vacant, despite some of the MPs already having passed on. Now, what do you make of this? But before you answer me, guys, allow me to play this quite fast, and then we will come back.
Is staring at a constitutional crisis in the next few weeks due to the absence of commissioners in the country's electoral body, IEBC. Already, the timelines for conducting by-elections in certain areas have already lapsed, and the exercise of delimitation of boundaries should have started, and the deadline set for April 2024 is fast approaching. As our senior political affairs reporter Chris now reports, the process of recruiting new commissioners has stalled due to the political standoff between Azimio and Kenya Kwanza Coalition.
It is almost 14 months since the resignation of the 4 IEBC commissioners, commonly referred to as Cherera 4, and the retirement of former IEBC chair Wafula Chebukati and 2 other commissioners. Since then, the commission has been paralyzed and the agency left irrelevant due to the absence of commissioners. 11 months since the death of Banisa MP Kulo Hassan Malim, Speaker of the National Assembly Moses Wetangula has been unable to declare the seat vacant, as well as 2 other civic wards because of lack of commissioners.
Matters IEBC are closely intertwined to the right of representation of Kenyans. And the right of representation is supreme, is sacrosanct. Such that even there are timelines that are given in the Constitution within which a by-election ought to be held because of that right of representation.
Can the IEBC run itself? Can the processes be run even in the absence of commissioners? This particular question was responded to by the Court of Appeal in the famous case of Mumu Matem, whereby the court concluded that we must have commissioners for certain decisions and processes to be undertaken. And that is the law. So without commissioners of the IEBC, we cannot have by-elections.
Article 101 of the Constitution provides that a by-election ought to have been held within 90 days of the occurrence of the vacancy in the said office. This is yet to happen, hence raising the question of the rights of representation of Banisa constituency.
We are playing a case or tempting God in a very, very dangerous way. Because were anything to happen that would require an election to be conducted, then we would find ourselves in very, very difficult circumstances.
And that's where the supremacy of the Constitution ought to always come. Because even the courts can actually direct that indeed within this particular period, the IEBC ought to have been reconstituted. Because we cannot have this. Otherwise, a constitutional crisis can lead to so many other things.
And if that is not enough, the country is yet again facing a constitutional crisis due to the delimitation of boundaries, whose deadline is this April.
What would happen if the constitutional period within which these boundaries have to be assessed expires before the IEBC is put into place?
Even when you look at the Secretariat, it is already dysfunctional as we speak. So to a large extent, you need a secretariat that is functional and that will actually work in coherence with the commissioners.
The IEBC selection panel for the recruitment exercise was forced to halt their recruitment drive to pave way for dialogue between Azimio and Kenya Kwanza coalitions, and the dialogue report is before Parliament for debate.
We are naked as a country. We are not seeing the shame as of now. And I don't know, we are waiting for who to tell us that we are naked.
IEBC CEO Marjan Hussein is already on record that the commission has been under a constitutional crisis since all the commissioners left, rendering it unable to execute its mandate, with its policy and oversight roles remaining dysfunctional. Now, the process of recruiting and approving the 7 men and women who will sit on the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission is not a walk in the park. It is a process that is marred by political interest, given that it is driven by the political class. But the question as to when that process will kickstart still remains a puzzle up to now. Chris Dairu, KTN News in Nairobi.
All right. Let's go on, ladies, gentlemen. But equally, everyone else joining me, asante sana for being part of this show. All right. Now, see a good friend of mine asema nimemfanya ile kitu. Sijakufanya chochote Kenya Rebel, ingia show. All right. Now, let me begin with you, Red Sheep. Are we in a constitutional crisis?
Yes, the answer is yes. Kenya is in a very deep constitutional crisis. Everything has not been working in Kenya, not the judiciary, not the executive, nothing has been working. Since the establishment of the new constitution back in 2010, I think it's high time that Kenya set up a private tribunal, something that is not government involved. A tribunal that would look into the constitutions and make the Kenyan constitution more favorable to the Kenyan people and less favorable to the politicians. It gives lots of loopholes to the politicians and these people that establish the very things that we hold dear, like the IEBC. The IEBC should be put very far from politicians. Like why should they be the ones that suggest the people that go to the for the vetting of the IEBC? And this conflicts everything. So Kenya is been in a constitutional crisis ever since, and right now it's at an alarming rate because everything is wameingilia kila mahali. It's no longer safe. Yeah.
All right, I'll be coming back to you just now. I see Nyagaka is in and equally Kenya Rebel. Nyagaka, are we in a constitutional crisis?
Of our own making. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hiyo sisi wenyewe ndio tumetengeneza and we can get out of it by ourselves. So, but we don't know when. Yeah. Hiyo tu. We don't know when the president will leave. I mean, we'll have to have the new people that sit in the IBC. Hiyo ndio tabu tu peke yake.
As we wait, some constituencies already lack representatives. What do you make of that? Are we not equally denying them their rights to be represented? Oh, amefanywa ile kitu na si mimi. Bwana Kenya Rebel, una mazoea siku hizi ya kucomplain na mimi. But how are you, Kenya Rebel?
Miko sawa Jet, najua ufanyanga hiyo kitu lakini ni sawa tu, nitakusamea.
Nikifanyia mtu ile kitu simtajua tu. I don't do anything. Hata naona my hands mahali ziko juu ya hewa saying hi, how are you?
Niko sawa Jet, vipi lakini?
So are we in a constitutional crisis before you go to the other matters to discuss?
No, we are not in a constitutional crisis. Crisis gani? Failure to, we just don't want people, we are not implementing what's in the constitution. And people are not being held accountable. Partly it's because of ignorance, partly it's because of incompetence, and partly because of impunity. So people don't know what their rights are, what their responsibilities are. But we are not in a constitutional crisis. No, we are not.
That reminds me, kuna mtu akona wanted yako. Bwana Eli, ndio huyu Kenya Rebel, Kenya Rebel, kuna mtu akona wanted tag on you. Kuna mtu ame hang poster mahali akasema, if you see this man, call this number urgently. Eli, Eli, I am calling you urgently. I hope I win the ransom because the man you are looking for, ndio huyu Kenya Rebel. But anyway, let's go on, Kenya Rebel, even as I look for the person who has a bounty on your head.
I'm very available. I encourage people to look for me. Yes.
So you say we are not in a crisis, but then again, some timelines that the constitution itself has set are expiring very soon. Some constituencies, which the constitution has clearly spelled out that they need to have representatives, they don't have. Commissioners, which the constitution has clearly given the number and the cutoff, we don't have even one. Is that not a crisis in itself?
Yeah, but who are supposed to choose this, the whatever panel that's supposed to choose the our commissioners? Siniama politicians.
The president had started it, but Azimio chose to have that process halted first.
Okay, then why are you calling it a crisis then? If it's not, you know, they know what they need to be doing. Then why are you blaming the constitution if you don't want to first apply it or implement it or work on it? Or see what I'm saying? See my point now?
I am not, but I'm trying.
Via goggles.
but then Pian may miss your hair. I wish you get a camera. But let me ask you this: when you look at where we are, some of these things, as Nyagaka is saying, this is self-inflicted crisis. It's us who have generated all this. By now, we ought to have commissioners. By now, we ought to have those constituencies zenye zinafaa ziwe delimited by now zimeanza kuangaliwa, but that is not anywhere close, you know. Two, we don't have by-elections happening, so Nyagaka says it ni mwibo wa kujidunga. All right, so how do we even come out of it? Because from where I sit, the NADCO report is yet to even kuanza kuchambuliwa vizuri, so we still have another process to go through before we even start thinking of IEBC.
Yeah, the NADCO report was a waste of time because it's illegal to start with, okay? While as you are wasting time with that NADCO stuff na maandamano na kuvaa sufuria kwa kichwa, they should have been actively working with the presidents to chagua IEBC so that when we have, you know, this by-election, tuseme kama mtu amekufa, MP amekufa mahali, they can go to elections and they can, IEBC naweza take care of this. So it comes down to these very people we elect, who we've delegated this power to. They know, some of them know their responsibilities, but they neglect it. Some of them don't know what their responsibility is. They're incompetent. So it's a combination of the two. But for someone to say that we need a new constitution or we are in a constitution crisis, no, we are not. We just need to implement what we have. We are just not doing it. The people who we gave this power to do it are busy running campaigns talking about 2027. That's the problem.
Okay. Wrecked ship. Is this a self-inflicted crisis, and do we even really need to first implement the NADCO before we look first at the IEBC? Because NADCO equally has IEBC there spelled out what it wants IEBC to look like. Now, what should come first? Should we first solve the one thing that we know what to do, then later on implement the NADCO report, or what should really happen?
My take would is that fixing the constitution takes preference over everything, because the constitution mandates everything, everything from politics to how we vote, to how we communicate with each other, to how we live. And it compensates for all aspects of our life. So fixing the constitution would be the first priority in Kenya. Yeah, like the issue with the commissioners, it doesn't really take that much precedence right now, because it's not the first or the second time that they failed us. They failed us over and over. So fixing the core problem is saying it's almost like saying it's like cutting the root, the cancer cell. That's how you fix it. Yeah, fixing the constitution would do everything right, Kenya.
All right. Now, let me come to Kenya Rebel. This is a topic he hasn't participated in. We are talking of 2027, as of course you have rightfully said. And they're saying the man who can deseat, if that is English, unseat or remove from seat, or take the seat from the seater, if that is English still, is none other than Raila Odinga, who can remove the seater from the seat. All right. So what do you make of such a call? Because Nasir, the governor of Mombasa, says that even if Raila doesn't like it, doesn't want it, doesn't feel he's about to go for it, they will demand, they will push by force that he do the honors of being the man on the ballot come 2027. What do you make of such sentiments, Bwana Kenya Rebel?
Yeah, first of all, I agree with Greg Ship about the Constitution. And number two, Jakes, I don't know why you keep on saying we should be implementing that report. It's an illegality. It's unconstitutional. It violates Article 109. So stop saying we should implement something that Kalonzo and his buddies talked about. It's not in the interest of Kenyans. So please don't tell us to implement that. About Raila Odinga, Jakes, I mean, if you look at the whole Azimio, we might as well just tell Ruto, endelea tu mpaka 2032, endelea tu. These people are just clowns, to say the least. They're a waste of time. Azimio folks. The reason why I say that, Raila Odinga is a controlled opposition. He doesn't care about presidency. His job is to stay there and to stop real grassroots movements. Ndio maana unaona he always wants to control the narrative as far as the opposition politics is concerned. So I'm not even interested in Azimio listening to ODM. It's a terrorist organization to start with. They have no agenda. Martha Karua is on a way out. Nani anaitwaje Kalonzo. Kalonzo will run by himself at Awachana Ninio. Already Jubilee left Kitambo. We'll be left with the parochial Luo Nyanza party, Azimio. There's no future in Azimio. They are dead. So Ruto has no challenge in 2032. The only best bet for Azimio is to get into a coalition with Ruto. That's why they want this illegal NADCO nonsense.
All right, but then again, when you listen to that footage I've played about Nasir, he says that in 2027, and equally panelists who came before you argued like this: we lack another captain that can strongly replace Raila Odinga. Kalonzo doesn't meet the bill, and many others. So from where you sit, is Raila the it man, the man who can really do the job?
He lost his credibility in 2017. You know, it's so funny. If you listen to Azimio, they usually say, oh, Mount Kenya. One day they say, Mara Mount Kenya voted for Azimio. Mara they say, Mount Kenya voted for Ruto. They can't make up their mind. The truth is, once Raila Odinga got into that handshake with Uhuru Kenyatta, all the work he did, he was being seen, before that, he was being seen as a freedom fighter. But it was very clear in 2017 when he was made president that he cared about himself, his self-interest. And from then, no one can take him seriously. As you can see, amejaribu maandamano, amejaribu nini. Sometimes I feel maybe Uhuru alimcheza all this time. It's a possibility, but all in all, when you say Raila is it, he's the strongest opposition. He has the best chance against Ruto. But even him going into 2027, he won't make it. Who will be supporting him? Maina Njenga? Nobody. Besides,
but at times, when you look at it, at times to remove a strong candidate, you look at your opponents and or rather the people who are still fighting your enemy, and you see that if we go separate ways, we might all fall. But if we all unite force, if we all of us back one person, probably we might win. And that equally informed what happened in 2002, because if everyone went their way, Charity, Wamalwa, Raila, if everyone went their way, Uhuru would have won that election because he had over 2 million, if you remember correctly. But when they came together, the NAC team was able to really dice KANU properly. If Raila Odinga, him, as you rightfully say, he's a stronger candidate. If everyone else chose to shelve their interest and really marshal all the strength and support they can behind him, don't you think that as well can really increase and solidify his chances of winning in 2027? Given that equally, William Ruto is doing a good job in self-destructing.
Yeah, when you say everybody else, who are you referring to? Martha Karua and Kalonzo?
Not just that, because there are so many factors that now can come into place, so many other factors, because I'm sure many people are disgruntled, many people are feeling the heat and
they're dissatisfied. I get it.
And dissatisfied. Now that again equally informs another crowd called the undecided. You remember in 2022 we had a huge population that chose not to vote. All right, so that again in itself, it's another, can I call it another swing vote? So if having that, for example, if they see we didn't vote for this person, neither didn't we vote for Raila, but the person who we didn't vote for has brought more pain. What if we unite against this person? You remember, for example, how the blacks were able to unite against Trump at a certain time. I'm sure you're in a best position to explain that than myself. But can't that as well inform a massive voter turnout because of people who have been who feel shortchanged, who feel disgruntled, who feel that truly they need to do something? Don't you see that can be something that can really help Raila Odinga come 2027 if he puts his cards right?
That's a possibility. A lot can happen between now and 2027. But the problem is even now, Jakes, wacha tu nikuulize kama wewe, and you don't have to answer it because you're trying to be partial. If Raila was to stand, Azimio, look at Azimio and Kenya Kwanza. If you are to go for elections, would you seriously, if you're from Mount Kenya, and I'm not saying you're from, I don't know where you're from, would you seriously consider voting for Raila Odinga, given how they are right now?
I have no problem with all these candidates. There's a time I used to have a problem with some.
No, I'm not. It's a rhetorical question. You
don't
have to answer it, but just look at the two coalitions, party coalition, and see how disorganized the opposition is compared to the Kenya Kwanza. You know, again, this is a perfect opportunity, like you said. Ruto is doing a good job by messing up. If we had anyone serious on the opposition side, it will be easy to beat him. But look at how messy the Azimio side is. I mean, this I don't even think if they're going to reach 2025 before Kalonzo or Martha Karua walks out. So, and what will they be left with? Nani, Raila Odinga and who? And Wamalwa. Wamalwa looks like someone who will, if Ruto akimwandikia cheki nzuri hapo ataenda. So I don't see anyone beating Ruto. And I don't even support Ruto, but I don't see anyone, even Raila Odinga, Martha Karua, hata washikane wote. They are past already. I mean, Kalonzo is past. What's Kalonzo known for? Being a watermelon, right? What is Martha Karua known? How many votes can Martha Karua bring you? Besides him and his Kioni, okay? Wamalwa. These are not heavyweights, okay? It's only Raila Odinga, and Raila Odinga at this point only commands most of Nyanza province and some parts of coast and maybe some parts in Nairobi. That's it. So unless Ruto does something really, really, really messed up, more than he is already doing, hakuna kitu hapo. Muombe tu Okia Mtata simame.
All right. Now, there's this fight that has been happening now, but I'll go back to it. But to some positive news, though I don't know how to make it sound good because at times we get such positive reports in Kenya, but what we do with it makes the whole difference. Kuna time tuliambiwa tuko na mafuta kibao Turukana, we celebrated. We were told we have enough water in Turukana that can feed the entire Kenya for over 77 years, all right? That was that. But now today, or rather, the news today, I think some parts of Embu and I think 6 counties, a stone that is called coltan, used in phone making, has been found to be in Kenya in plenty. That news alone, what does it make you feel? Do you feel that it's a positive news, or what do you make of that?
Remember when it was Turkana vile iligunduliwa kuna mafuta huko. Who was the governor there? Is it Nanok?
Yeah, Governor Nanok.
Then there was some news that Uhuru Kenyatta alikuja kanyakua land hapo hivyo that had that nini, si ndio maana Uhuru akaenda akaanza kumtukana, remember? So I think it's something similar. If it's true that there's this, is it cobalt, whatever, which is really coltan, yes. It's actually one of the things that a lot of international community, our Western powers, are in Congo right now. It's one of the reasons why people are fighting over Congo. If it's true, there's a huge deposit of that. You'll see how this Nino Kenya things will change. There'll be a lot of, already we see a lot of influence already with international influence, but it will get 10 times worse. Policies zetu zitakuwa zinaenda. Already we have, for example, that's why I usually give the example of the 28 foreign companies that are in have economic free zones in Kenya today that don't pay taxes, and they ship their profits back to the Western countries, okay? While the wananchi wallow in Nino. So you'll have probably something similar to that. Utaona kampuni itaanzwa hapo kwa huko Embu, whatever that part was, and they'll be mining and not paying any taxes. That's my guess. That's what will happen, and the government will approve it. Of course, the government probably will have watahongwa kidogo ndio wanyamaze to approve that. So that's my prediction.
Now, I thought that would be a positive news. Iko tu okay, wacha niachie hapo because in Kenya sometimes even no news is good news, eh?
No, positive news is tomorrow. Kesho kuna ruling.
Yeah, and tomorrow we have a date with you. Please make sure you are here tomorrow. I don't think we betted. We didn't put our money in our words, eh?
No, I said if the courts wakiwacha Ruto aendelee na hiyo affordable housing, I will be convinced that the courts have been captured by the executive Ruto. If they stopisha hiyo kitu and consider it unconstitutional like they did initially, I will believe that the judiciary still has some level of independence from the executive. That is what I said. I said if facts change, I'll change.
And there is this friend of mine, before I go to the kuna huyu rafiki yangu anaitwa Takumba, I think. He's asking me a serious question, and in fact ilianzia hapa.
I'm in the high school gani, by the way. What's the name of the high school? Alliance.
I have some reservations to make, but I'll say it as I read it. One, he said there's the reason Amenda Day School. He went to a day school, not, in fact, he said Amei to a Starehe, not Alliance. He's not going to Starehe despite him qualifying because of several reasons. One of the reasons, alisema, he has a family. Number two, he has a wife. Na wife lazima, he has to meet the needs of the wife. Two, he has a child that he especially school fees. So and that is that. Number three, there's now the other part of the story. Zile photos anapigwa moja kwa shamba, ingine yako kwa gate yenye imechorwa ABCD. You know how we decorate those kids schools, nurseries and all. So the first question that you ask yourself, ni high school gani hiyo wanachoranga, you know, ABCD and all, eh? But anyway, maybe wanaweza kuwa, maybe the kindergarten is sharing the same fence and gate with the high school. So I don't want to be the one who Number 2, we didn't see him report to any school. Number 3, yeah, you can wear a uniform. We have seen politicians wear a uniform, all right? We have seen many of them wear a uniform. I think the best photos he needs now to send to us as the media fraternity is photos of him in class, attending lessons, going back home, the following day going to school, you know, a routine. Just like we see Rigiji akipost picha venye ametembea, you know, that you can be able to say enyewe leo alitembea. All right, and such. Maybe then we can believe. But what do you make of this, Nuru Okanga going back to school? Though I hadn't prepared for this, but for the sake of my good friend, what do you make of it?
I like the fact that he's going back to school, even though it's questionable whether he even did the exam. I watch his news by NTV, but overall I like Nuru Okanga. I like that Jacaranda, Yurendeote, they're entertaining as far as I even saw Nani Joho ako Harvard. I don't know what he's doing in Harvard, but I can't really criticize Nani Nuru Okanga just because I like him personally. I think he's entertaining. As far as politically, I don't take him serious. He's an entertainer.
Okay. All right. We will follow up on that, Mr. Takumba. I think we will be able to keep you posted. So keep tuning into this program, and as well, we will try to find that story for you. I hope we have answered. We are really trying to take care of everyone, including those in the comment section. Now, let's go back to what I was about to ask you. Now, the fight between the president, MPs, and the judges seems not to be going anywhere. And the judges today now threatened to sue some of these MPs who have bluntly defied court orders. We saw what Oscar Sudi did the other day. He marshaled some youth and wakaenda waka-raid a certain farm na wakachukua hiyo land wakabomoa vitu, na the lady who wanted that piece of land, I don't know if alipewa. But what do you make of that before even I play the clip?
Oscar Sudi is out of line. You can't be doing that. Hata kama, you know, koti kitoa order, you have to obey it. So Oscar Sudi should be arrested for his action. That's totally unacceptable. That's what I make of it. Yo sasa hiyo ndio sasa inaitwa impunity. Watu wamesema sheria does not mean anything. So if the president is serious about, you know, easy changes, anasema corruption, impunity na mambo mengine, maybe he should whisper in Oscar Sudi's ear and tell him, hey, listen, hii serikali itafuata constitution, the law, rule of law. So yeah, Oscar Sudi should be in jail right now for that action alone.
But you remember before Oscar Sudi invaded that property, the lady in question here had a meeting with the president, and he told the president of the land issue, and he kind of directed Oscar Sudi to that matter. And days later, that happened. And despite a court order, or rather that matter being active in court, Oscar Sudi chose to take matters in his hand. So, ladies and gentlemen, listen to this as judges and magistrates and advocates respond despite the meeting that happened on Monday between Martha Koome and the president.
Judges Association, KMJA, has told off the political class against attempts to intimidate judicial officers through repeated attacks to the judiciary and individual judges and magistrates. In a statement Signed by the KMJA President Stephen Ruto, the judges and magistrates have cautioned politicians against inciting the public and advocating for the disobedience of court orders. The association statement comes just 4 days since the meeting between President William Ruto and Chief Justice Martha Koome, which they now say hasn't served to stop the attacks on the judiciary. Safin Acheng Oma has more.
And Judges Association has highlighted what it terms as continued attacks on the judiciary despite the recent meeting between President William Ruto and Chief Justice Martha Koome. In a statement, KMJA President Stephen Ruto stated that the attacks appear to be systematically planned, sequentially executed and popularized by leaders of a certain persuasion, in what appeared to be the direct reference to a recent incident where Kapseret member of Parliament Oscar Sudi supervised the demolition on a contested parcel of land, arguing that cartels had grabbed it despite the court having pronounced itself on the ownership of the land. The association claimed there is a spirited campaign by a section of leaders to incite and advocate for disobedience of court orders.
Kuna ukweli ukora kwa mahakama na ni watu kutoka tribe moja ukifuatilia vizuri hii makesi yote Eldred, we must do something. Hatuwezi kubali kuendelea hivyo.
President William Ruto has been locked in a row with the judiciary, threatening to disobey court orders restricting his flagship projects and accusing judges of corruption. Recently, the head of state okayed the construction of the controversial Ihithe Ndunyu Njeru Road set to connect Nyandarua and Nyeri counties, whose construction had been blocked after conservationists moved to court in 2009 to oppose the planned construction following an environmental and social impact assessment.
Ile barabara ya Ihithe munataka tujenge ama munataka tungoje mpaka judiciary watuambie tujenge? Judiciary wanasema tusijenge. Mnataka tujenge? Nijenge hiyo barabara ama tungojee hao watu? Tujenge barabara? Bwana Mbogwa, wewe bwana PS, weka pesa ya hiyo barabara tuanze kujenga.
Days after the head of state made those remarks at a meeting in Nyandarua County, the National Environment Management Authority rescinded its earlier decision opposing the construction and gave KENHA the green light to commence construction works. KMJA has castigated the political class for making dishonorable and disparaging remarks against the judiciary, demanding that members of parliament and the executive conduct themselves in a manner consistent with the dignity and oath of holding public office. The association has threatened to take proactive steps, including but not limited to applying for contempt of court orders against persons intent on the campaigns whose purpose, KMJA says, is to defeat the sovereign will of the people as delegated to the judiciary. Safin Acheng Oma, Citizen TV.
All right, so that's what the magistrate have chosen to do. They have chosen to sue, or rather to call to order MPs and leaders and the executive for equally not really respecting the judiciary and some of the decisions that are made in court. All right, wow, that one is a matter seemingly in hands. I thought when the president met the Chief Justice, the matter was as good as solved. Where kume bado. All right, so that is something we are yet to see. Okay, and now to other interesting news. The Law Society of Kenya, ladies and gentlemen, has chosen to defend Ahmed Nasir. And that's why I was telling you today's show, I had those two Nasirs, Ahmed Nasir and the Nasir wa government, Mombasa, the governor. Now, according to the courts and according to LSK, they're saying if you can stop Ahmed Nasir from coming to court, are you not, what I think I was asking yesterday, are you not infringing on the rights of his clients to have a fair hearing, number one, on equally having someone of their choosing to be their counsel, because that is a right enshrined in our laws, yeah, that you need to have fair hearing, and equally you need to have counsel of your choosing. You ought to choose your counsel. All right. So equally, when you deny Ahmed Nasir, and you even far go reach to those who he has employed, because there are other advocates or lawyers who work under him, when you say they can't appear before you, are you not one nipping their careers? Are you not saying that these guys cannot grow to the level of challenging a case in the Supreme Court? Are you not denying the clients, the lawyers, an opportunity for them to be heard in any court, because that's what they do? Equally, are you not denying the rights of Ahmed Nasir, the right to express himself? Must he express himself in a way that praises the Supreme Court? If he wrote praise and worship to the Supreme Court every day, would he still receive a gag order because of overpraising, or is stopped because he overcriticized? I'm not advocating for Ahmed Nasir, not in any way. I'm just asking the questions for you guys. And equally, some equally support the move. In fact, some say it's long overdue. But equally, he is a Kenyan who has rights. But listen to this. The LSK, I think, bought the idea, and they truly equally chose to challenge the Supreme Court.
Related to justice, the Law Society of Kenya has sued the Supreme Court following its decision to bar senior counsel Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi from appearing before it. In the petition filed at the High Court in Nairobi, the lawyers' umbrella body termed the decision unconstitutional and aimed at curtailing the senior counsel's freedom of expression. The petition further argued that the decision also roped in other advocates affiliated to Ahmed Nasir's law firm, thus quashing their freedom of association. And as Laura Otieno reports, LSK now seeks to have the decision quashed.
1 week after the Supreme Court of Kenya communicated its decision to bar senior counsel Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi and his firm from appearing before it, lawyers have come out guns blazing to defend the brood. In the petition that was filed under a certificate of urgency, the Law Society of Kenya argued that the decision was a breach of the Constitution occasioned by gross violation of various articles, including freedom of opinion, freedom of expression, as well as a right to equality and freedom from discrimination as enshrined in Article 27 of the Constitution of Kenya. The petition further faulted the Supreme Court for issuing the decision arbitrarily and failing to observe the Supreme Court Act, which prescribes the procedure of holding an advocate in contempt of court. The LSK also argued that the decision spilled over to infringe the rights of the clients represented by the senior counsel Ahmed Nasir to not only select their advocate of choice, but also the client's right to fair trial and justice. The lawyers' body is seeking, among other prayers, for the decision by the Supreme Court be declared unconstitutional, that the Supreme Court of Kenya and its registrar retracts the decision barring the advocates barred, that an order be issued to prohibit the Supreme Court from making such a decision, and for the Supreme Court and its registrar bear the cost of the petition. The LSK now wants the decision made by the judges quashed.
As long as Mr. Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi, senior counsel, is appearing either by himself, through an employee of his law firm, or any other person holding his brief or act in this appeal.
This comes after the Supreme Court on Tuesday morning made good its communique by declining to hear the lawyer Ahmed Nasir. Ahmed Nasir had appeared before the court to represent a family in a legal battle over a 2 billion shillings land case with the family of the late retired President Daniel Moi. Laura Otieno, Citizen TV.
All right, so that's a matter we'll be looking into, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure we are yet to hear the last of it. It will be interesting to see what the courts decide concerning that matter. All right, to other news and to other sentiments that equally informed the day. The president today was in Meru, all right? I chose to end with this story. And in Meru today, we saw interesting things. Number one, it's like we are in campaign. It's not even projects they are launching. It's serious campaign. It's serious mobilization, and still holding the numbers or the supporters intact, trying to make sure that there are no inroads from anyone, despite the challenges and everything else. All right. So the president was in Meru, and one of the things that was interesting to see was the reception that he received to the challenge that Kawera Mwangaza, the governor, had. There are some moments where she was echoed. There are some moments where she was praised. There are some moments where you could almost clearly see a definition of, or rather demarcation of, how Meru politics is displayed. You could see some youths really shout when Mburi was speaking, but when the governor is speaking, they would echo her, and vice versa. So it was equally nice to see that in Meru. Of course, I might not really play all those footages, there are so many, but find that in our channels. All right, go find such in our channels. There are so many of that, you can be able to find that out. But let's just listen into the summary even as I near wrapping up this show.
Defended his pet projects, the Affordable Housing and the Social Health Insurance Fund, saying the implementation of the housing project alone has to date created tens of thousands of direct and indirect jobs. Ruto was speaking in Meru on the first day of his 3-day tour of the county, where he's launching different development projects.
President William Ruto began his 3-day Meru tour by traversing through Bore, Tigania West and Tigania East constituencies, where he launched different development projects.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
The president saying that the projects are an indication that the country was out of the woods when it comes to the debt situation that he blamed for delays in rolling out some of his campaign promises.
Unajua ile jamaa wa rege walifanya rege wakasahau kulipa madeni. Madeni kapambana. Sijui kama mnanielewa. Lakini sasa nimemaliza hiyo kazi, ndio nimekuja hapa kuendesha sasa kazi ya maendeleo na kupanga hii, kwa sababu kama singe lipa hii madeni, hii Kenya yetu ingepigwa mnada. Mnataka Kenya yetu iweke kwa auction.
The president also defended his affordable housing project, saying it was one of his administration's solutions to the unemployment problem.
Our housing plan already employs 130,000 young people.
All right,
in Kenya,
Abby.
From architects to engineers to masons to plumbers to electricians and all other trades, including in steel manufacturing factories, in cement manufacturing factories, and many other areas of transport.
The president also hailing his health agenda as a game changer while condemning those opposed to the Social Health Insurance Fund.
Hawa watu ambao wameenda kotini, wengi wao ni wakora na matapeli, watu ambao wamekuwa wakiiba pesa ya NHIF. Wengine wao wako huko makotini, wako na NHIF, wako na comprehensive medical cover, na hawataki mwananchi wa kawaida akuwe na medical cover. Mimi nimewaambia liwe liwalo, juu chini, kulia kushoto, mbele na nyuma, mpaka mwananchi wa kawaida pia apate hali ya kutafuta matibabu.
The Central Kenya politics also took center stage, with Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua calling on leaders from the region to speak in one voice.
Ningetaka kuuliza viongozi wetu wale wamechaguliwa, hasa vijana, waelewe mambo ya siasa ya Mlima Kenya, ya kwamba sisi tunaongeaga lugha moja kutoka Meru, Embu, Tharaka Nithi, Nyeri, Laikipia, Nakuru, Murang'a, Kiambu, Kirinyaga.
Sisi tukiwa viongozi wa mlima tunasema tunataka tukae pamoja kabisa, bila vurugu yoyote, bila kutenganishwa na mtu yoyote. Na tukiwa nyuma ya Rigi G.
President Ruto tours Igembe Central, Igembe North and Igembe South constituencies on Friday. Martin Munene, Citizen TV.
Right. So that is the president in Meru. It was interesting. Central politics really played center stage. We Rigiji akijitetea because kumekuwa na calls to have him replaced come 2027 by either Kindiki or Ndindi Nyoro or even Waiguru. All right, so that's why he's calling. Haina haja tuanze kugawana tuseme ati watu wa Murang'a, watu wa Tharaka Nithi, watu wa Kirinyaga. Hapana, tubaki kama mlima. Well, but it is interesting. So really get that. You have a lot to learn and hear from that part of Meru. And I'm sure tomorrow and the day after, you will get a lot from Meru. But before I even ask Melchizedek to come in, I want you to listen to one person who really for the disabled and equally speaks for the vulnerable and the people living with disabilities and all, and he's a serious politician, and there's something he said against all the president, because there are so many sentiments the president was saying, especially against Azimio and how they in fact aliwaita and wana cause chaos because at one point people were trying to heckle. So he was saying hataki furugu kwa mkutano yake kwa sababu Azimio ndio huo wana cause fujo. All right, so that happened as well, but there's something that Macarena said, and that's what I want you to listen into before I bring in Bwana Ofiambo. I think it's just use a few minutes wadau, and then we continue.
Hii kwa sababu wa Meru na watu wa Mount Kenya East mesikia watatembelewa siku 3 na rais. Rais hajakuja Meru kwa sababu kuna project analeta. Nataka kuambia Wakenya na wa Meru wasijindanganye. Ile uongo yote president amewapea ni uongo, ile ilikuwa inafanya sisi hiyo sufuria wanadharau ndio itasaidia wa Meru. Na mpaka wa Meru wamwamuke. Kitu ya kwanza mnadanganywa nyinyi, hakuna mtu atalipia mtoto school fees. Jaribu upeleke mtoto kwa shule kama una school fees. Jaribu upeleke mtoto wako rais ndio namba 1 Kenya. Anandanganya usiku na mchana. Sile project sote. Senya amekuja hapa kundanganya si project amekuja kufungua Meru. Hakuna yenye iko imefunguliwa wakati ya Uhuru na yeye. Hizi ni project zilikuwa kwa budget na ni project zilikuwa zinaendelea wakasimamisha. Kwa hivyo hii ni kukuja kutudanganya tu kama watoto. Kitu kingine ile nataka kukosoa rais. Na Wakenya wanielewe, wale wanataka kuelewa na wale hawataki waendelee tu kukaa kwa giza. Kenya Kwanza ni waongo. Wanakuja wanachukua kama ni land pale Meru. Wamechukua land ni ya wa Meru. Hawajalipa hata shilingi moja. Alafu kwa ile land hawatumii shilingi yao hata moja. Wanachukua pesa ya watoto wetu wale wako kwa serikali. Mtoto kwa pesa livu unapata hata hana shilingi moja. Yeye ndiye anakatwa pesa, inakuja inajenga kwa land yenye wamechukua bure, wanaijenga hizo manyumba. Hakuna Mkenya hata mmoja ataweza kununua hizo nyumba. Sasa kuna zile project zenye zilimaliziwa na Uhuru. Nataka watu watoke Meru, watoke Mount Kenya, wakuje waone. Hapa ni Wasundani. Hapa ni watu wale wanaishi ngambo ndio wananunua hizo nyumba. Kwa hivyo hii serikali inatukon mchana, usiku na mchana. Na president anasimama anataja jina ya Mungu, anasema ameajiri vijana. Utaajiri kijana aje kubeba mchanga? Mtoto ako na degree, mtoto ako na PhD amesomezwa. Alafu unamwambia ende akangangane na mijengo. Hiyo ndio kazi ile tu uliona wakati wa Kibaki alisema ataleta bonda, akaleta hizi Brombox. Kibaki alichange mara moja na watu wakasikia impact yako wewe, bandala itusaidie, inatuingia kwa uongo, inaingia kwa mfuko. Sasa hii hata wale wanakufuata hakuna mtu hata mmoja ana kitu. Sasa hii Meru tunalia kwa sababu ya sniper. Tulikuwa tunataka kujua who is the financier. Haujaongea kuhusu hiyo kifo ya huyo mtoto. Na wewe mwenyewe ulisema Kenya hii hakuna mtu ambaye ataua mwingine tena. Sasa hii kuna yule ameuawa na unazunguka huko na uongei kuhusu hiyo. Kazi yako ni kufungua mirandi ya uongo yenye ilifunguliwa tena na yenye itaendelea. Ile mrandi tu itaendelea ni affordable house, hii nyingine haitaendelea. Na affordable house nimeelezea wa Kenya ni kwa sababu samba serikali haitoi pesa kwa samba, serikali hakuna pesa inatoa kwa wale watoto wetu wameajiriwa. Unapata mtoto pesa ilivyo haina kitu, ndio serikali inamuibia, inakuja inakupea wewe, alafu inakuambia ununue hiyo nyumba. Utanunua na nini? Pesa ilivyo hauna kitu, yule mwenye amejengewa hana kitu. Sasa hii ni mambo tu ya kunyang'anya, na ndio unaona president ana insist kusikia jina koti, kwa sababu anajua ile vitu yote anafanya ni kinyume. Lakini niwaambie kuna Mungu, na mkitaka tu survive, turudini kupigia Mungu magoti, ndiye atatutoa kwa hii serikali. Hii serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ni waongo, na waletea Raila next week akuja wahesabie ile pesa yote hao wameomba kutoka nje. Wanadanganya wao hawakupata pesa, lakini ile maloni wamechukua ndapo. Wakenya tunaenda kuisha. Asanteni Wakenya, tutaendelea kuongea ukweli. Na sufuria tutaweka kwa kichwa, mpaka kwa matako, mpaka kwa kifua, mpaka haki ya Wakenya ipatikane. Hakuna mahali sufuria itakuwa. Hatutaiogopa. Kwa sababu hiyo sufuria kama ndio inawauma, ndio muongee ukweli, ndio tutavaa. Koti mmechukua, bunge mmechukua, Senate ndio hiyo, lakini nashukuru wale senator. Kuna senator wenye nashukuru hapa Kikuyu, wenye wamesimama kukosoa Gachagua. Na namwambia Ndindi Nyoro, usiogope Deputy President. Kama we ni mwanaume unataka kuokoa Kenya, simama kama mwanaume. Na hata Kindiki, Mount Kenya hizi hata Kindiki akikataa, sisi wenyewe ndio raia. Ndio tuliweka Kindiki pale kama mtoto, ndio amewekwa na watu wetu. Tukishikana tutakuambia kwa nguvu, utaingia vile sisi tunataka. Wewe kaa kwa serikali, lakini sisi Kindiki ndio tunataka utusimamie Mount Kenya hizi kwa nguvu, kwa vyovyote vile, na hatuogopi, na tutaongea. Kale kanazaliwa azaliwe. Asanteni.
Kale kanazaliwa kazaliwe. Melchizedek, vipi? Nina dakika kadhaa kabla sijatamatisha. Maoni yako ni yapi? Naona uko job, unafanya ile kitu. Asante sana kwa kuchangamka na kuwa mjenga nchi away from me.
Come and take it. This other. Yes, black one.
Right.
Yeah. No, the other one I'm making. Just come and check other one. Wait. Yeah, sorry. I was having a call.
All right.
Habari yako?
Naelewa. Ujaluo lazima itatumaliza siku moja.
Habari ya siku mingi.
Niko nzima kaka, uko vipi?
Niko salama sana.
Aha.
Nimekuwa kwa siku mingi sana.
Umejificha huku nje bana, lakini naelewa majukumu, lakini vivyo hivyo karibu sana kwa show.
Yeah. Check. My friend, wait. I'm talking with a very important person. Yeah. After. Nasumbuliwa hapa na kazi.
Naelewa kabisa. Sasa nikuulize, maoni yako ni yapi? Tumediscuss vitu mingi, nimecheza vitu mingi, nimejaribu kuguzia maswala kibao, because hapa Kenya vitu ni kibao ambavyo huwa tunazingatia. But maoni yako ni yapi?
Juu nimeingia kama maneno ilikuwa inaendelea, nilikuwa nimeona but leo nilikuwa naingia usiku. Anyway, kitu yenye naweza sema sahi ni maneno matatu ambayo ningependa niwaambie watu. Mimi sio Ruto, niko na maneno matatu. Unajua kuna shida ambayo iko, ambayo kila mtu anaona, lakini watu wataki kuitimiza ama kufanya action, kwa sababu sahi watu wako kwa msimu ya sarakasi ya nini. Ni kama we are already started the campaign, but it's just a year. Everything you see, kila mtu ukiangalia pale, wakina baba wanaendelea kufanya recruitment, ndio hao wanyanyasaji pia wako na maneno yao, bado wanaongelelea tu maneno ambayo ilipita 1 year ago. So it's a high time that the way vile jamaa amesema, hatuwezi sema ati Mungu ndiye amefanya ama Mungu ndiye atatusaidia. Sisi wenyewe Mungu amesema huwa anasaidia wale ambao wanajisaidia. Kwa sababu huwezi ngoja ya kwamba Mungu anakuja kusaidia kama huwezi kujisaidia wewe mwenyewe.
Lazima ujitume.
Yes, lazima ujitume. Kusema ya kwamba enough is enough. Unajua hii serikali bandia iko na kiburi sana, iko na kiburi kwa sababu una judiciary pale, watu walisema wasiende kukutana na Martha Koome, they did it. Walisema ya kwamba hii maneno ya affordable housing walete kwa public participation, watu wanakataa, but they are still insisting that they have to do it. Kuna siku niliuliza swali, sijui kama kwa mtembei ingine ile channel, kwamba tuchukue hiyo shoe ya yule mtu ambayo ni mwalimu yule ambaye anafanya huko ushago kwa shambani huko, ambaye anakatiwa salary yake kwamba anajengewa affordable housing. How will he or she get that house yet is in mashambani na nyumba yake na kile kitu, na hizi nyumba zinajengwa kwa towns? So my question is, how will he or she also be a part of this affordable housing? Because this issue of affordable housing has a lot of question mark. Because you find that even you yourself, maybe you are at home there with your small car, lion. But at the same time unaambiwa ya kwamba you have to pay for affordable housing, which you don't even have in your mind. If you have it in something that you have to have your own land where you can build your own house, how will this help Kenyans? Even though they're saying that is a part of employment. Niliuliza swali lingine kwamba wamesema ya kwamba wanasaidia youth kutengeneza, wamesema saa hii ulisikia akisema 100 and something amekuwa employed. What about watu wanafanya lawyer? What about wale ambao wanafanya doctorate? What about wale ambao wanafanya hizi course zingine ambazo haiendengi na hizo affordable housing? How do they get the employment? That's the question people should ask. What about mwalimu? Yule mwalimu mwenye atafanya course yake ya mwalimu, atafanya kazi gani kwa hiyo nini? Ama atafunza wale ambao wanafanya mjengo ama ni nini? Unajua kuna vitu zingine ambazo mtu akisema we have to think twice. Tuko na plumber, tuko na electrician, tuko engineers, those ones are there, no problem. What about other courses? Are they going to get the same job, or they will go and look for the job after this job, or what is he trying to tell us that is creating for us the job? It's very painful when president anasema ya kwamba is giving people pia inaitwanga online jobs, which has been before even he came to the so-called presidency. Online jobs iko na watu wengi wanafanya. He's not the first person to create. Kuna hii TikTok, watu wanapata pesa kwa TikTok, si hiyo ni online job? Kuna hii mtembei ambaye huko hapo, yeye ndiye alikutengenezea, hakuna, si ndio? We have to be realistic. No, yeye hakukupa, so unataka kuambia yeye ndiye alikuleta akaanza hii kazi? Haiko. In the real sense. Anasema ya kwamba alienda Saudia akasign contract wa wale ambao wakupeleka watu kufanya kazi nje. How comes you have your own country where you can develop and the enough capital and enough everything to make the country to be, then you are going to another country to look for the job for your people. Which kind of person are you? Even you yourself. Kama wewe ni mtoto wa babako na babako anasema ya kwamba chakula hakuna, wacha niende kwa jirani ndio nilete niwaambie mtaenda huku kukula. How does that one work? You look a fool in front of people, then people watu wengine wenye wana njaa bado wanakuja kwa huyu mkutano, wanakukulapia, wanacheza, wanasema Ruto anafanya kazi. This is the reality that if Kenyans we are not that much educated, then we have to go back to school all so that we can understand what Ruto is trying to say. And if we are educated and we have the knowledge and we have the wisdom and we have everything, we should stop this nonsense that is taking place. I've been telling people, tutaongea hapa miaka nenda miaka irudi, but if there is no action, then we will be in that same category, that same level, that same kilio, mpaka Ruto atoke kwa hiyo kiti. And that's the point. Then watu wa Azimio pia waache kutokudanganya. Kila siku wanasema ya kwamba they are doing the recruiting. The country is in a bad situation. They should stop all this. Wasijui wanafanya jijui recruiting, sijui nini. They should focus how people will face this government and make them understand that people they don't have food. This thing they should do. But if they are still also going on that they are in the campaign and people are still continue suffering, then there is nothing for us to talk about. Yeah. Because last time I heard people say that now the economy is stable. Some few people. But if you see, the economy is being weighed by dollars and the petrol and fuel that we have in the country. If you look, dollars now is coming almost 62, if I'm not wrong. But before it's only 120. How will this one help? If we not control our currency, then you are saying we are paying debt. Watu wa rege ndio walifanya hivyo. Okay, walifanya. What about you? Ambayo wewe sahi uko kwa kiti. What can you do that you could stop all this thing happening? If you continue blaming, if you dwell in past, there is no future. And that's the truth. And this government will never try to Kenyans because they are greedy, they are liars, and they are also what is called, they are primitive. I can say that. Yes. On my side. Because you cannot fool people. Miaka nenda, miaka rudi, ya kwamba unaleta maendeleo, but you are doing the same thing that was happening when you were in that government, and wewe ndio umekuwa mmoja wa kupinga. Sasa umekuja jaribu kufanya pamba, lakini wewe ni sijui naweza sema aje.
Did you say nyani? But anyway.
Yeah, you can call them nyani. Why am I saying that? Because unajua nyani haonangi, unajua kama wakikuwa kwa laini hivi, anaona kwa mtu mwingine ako red sana, anasema wewe yako ni red sana, lakini hajajui vile yake ni red, unaelewa? So ni kitu ambayo hata sisi tunashindwa. I tried to come back home maybe last month. I bought some things, but when I asked a question there, they told me that right now you cannot carry anything to the airport. So which means we are in the same position from hata hii imeshinda Moi, kwa sababu kama vitu ambazo ulishanunua na pesa yako unakuja nayo Kenya, maybe umetumia maybe 2 to 3 years, then ukikuja watakuuliza risiti. Wakiangalia hiyo risiti wapate ya kwamba ni maybe $2,000, they will tell you that $2,000. So Why am I carrying something? Bora nikuje tu na mobile yangu nikibeba kwa mkono na passport na nishuke then ninunue vitu nyumbani. It's so painful. It's very very painful kwa sababu kama tax ndio imekuwa sasa ni the talk of the day, then it's better we stay here until maybe Ruto come out for that so-called seat, then we can see a way of going to another country because it's hectic, you know.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe the last bit maybe nitakuuliza so that we even wrap up the show. Allow me to ask this. Is Raila the man to beat William Ruto come 2027?
Hiyo ni ndoto ya mchana.
What do you mean ni ndoto ya mchana?
The man so-called Ruto is not that person you see just like that, because the way that guy is doing, according to me, I told you, I still insist. Let us forget about all these old politicians. We are the people right now. We can have someone that can be a president. Not all the people, or not all Raila and Ruto should be the president. We have the other politicians that they can do better than them. So this issue of I know some people will say that staki Raila ama staki Ruto, but the reality is these people, they have tried their best. Especially Raila, he has done his best. So the only thing that he can help Kenya is that he can see a way of do away of this, because there is nobody that we can say, even you yourself, you can be the president. Once you understand what are the rules and regulations that you are supposed to follow to be the president. And wananchi pia wamekusupport. But kama tumekuwa na hiyo mentality ya kwamba we cannot have any other leader apart from these two people, then this where we go wrong. So on my side, naeza sema ya kwamba we should see, or we should look for someone else that can bring us or can take us down from this problem that we are facing every now and then. Because the IEBC that we have, hiyo ni automatic, ni ya Ruto. Usipende, hiyo ni Ruto. Atasema ya kwamba mimi ndio president na awekwe. Na Wakenya watafanya kitu, kwa sababu kama Wakenya walikuwa na hiyo nia ya kutoa Ruto, sahii Ruto angekuwa nje, if I'm not wrong. So there is nothing we can negotiate or we can talk about that. We know that Kenya ni wale tunakuja tunapiga kelele, watu wengine wanatusiana ukisema ukweli, but the point is we still drag back because of one thing, that we always support the politician that started. Raila alianza kukama campaign kama mimi sijawahi zaliwa. He's still doing it. Wakina Orengo, mimi Orengo nilisoma kwa kitabu ya geography, sijui geography kwa sijui history, hiyo wakati mpaka leo ni still on that, which means we don't have otherwise. We only have there. We have our mind that this is the only thing, or this is the person that we can have as president, or we can have as a leader. Yet we have good leaders, we have good people that can make a difference in Kenya. Because if we say that Raila or Ruto will defeat each other, that one is, we are still dragging behind. We should think ahead of that. Hata tungepea hata mtu wa bangi, at least, unaona, yule anaitwanga jina yake imenipotelea hapa. Mwenye alisimama Wajakoya. At least kuna vitu zingine inafika wakati unasema ya kwamba hata huyu hakai, kwa sababu maisha imekuwa kitu ingine. Raila angekuwa ametusaidia sahi, and they still looking for another chance to be the president. Yet how many years now he's coming, like how many years now? Tusidanganyane kwamba ati Ruto ama Raila sasa ndio akisimama. Ruto akishakula pesa ya watu arudi tena apeane hiyo kiti ya kule ya 10 years, watu walie tena. Kama watu wako na akili timamu wamtoe, watafute yule mtu ambaye anaweza kusaidia. That's what I say, because I will never support these people, because these are the downfall that we have right now in Kenya.
Pole, I'm not sure if this is a true account, but let me just read. This show is good, watched for the last 3 days, and this young man, Jax, is doing a very nice job. I'm sure he will go far. Keep up, sir. Please be displaying your contact info for many to reach you. Okay.
Maina Jenga.
I don't know. I don't know, but well, okay, so
even Maina Jenga himself, he can be the president. Such kind of people that yuko na kichwa ngumu yenye inasaidia Kenya. Those are the people we want now, because he's still young. He's still young. He's not that old, man. So we should change our mind. According to me, we can change our mind and do something extraordinary. Yes, I'm not against. That's my first statement. I'm not against, but I think we should change our mind and do something which is people cannot think it can happen. You know?
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. I think we ought to wrap this up. I have another show very early in the morning. Not that early, but by 9. So nowadays I'm trying to relieve you guys by 1:30, so that by 9 muwe mko kwa show ingine kama hii where we look at the newspaper review. But where niko na some interesting news. Tomorrow we have a nice show inaanza. Uko hapo unataka kusikia stories za mapenzi, stories za relationship. Umai kuwa heartbroken design ingine mbaya sana. Alright, tuna wadada warembo, jamaa mzito ambaye wanaanzisha show mzuri sana hapa Africa 24. Alright, kesho mida ya saa 2 usiku, usikose hii wadau. Inaitwa Bed of Roses, and I'm telling you, ndoa hapa zitajadiliwa. Wewe ambaye ulikula fea ukafanywa ile kitu baadaye, kesho usikose. Yeah, we have a nice one, a good one. Bed of Roses. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Show kali inaanza kesho saa 2 usiku. Hii usikose. Ina dada mzito anaitwa Ann Waweish ako ndani. Nakwambia burudani tamu utaipata hapo kesho. Itakuwa pia na MC Jesse, atakuwa si yule Jesse mnajua, but Jesse kesho siki tujue huyu MC Jesse ni mgani. Of course tunayo warembo watakuwa kwa hii show. Ni show fiti. Magi Nyals atakuwa ndani. I'm telling you. Hii ni show hutaki kukosa. Hii show hautaki kuhata. Alright? Ni show fiti tunaanza kesho. kesho 8. Kindly tune in 8. Of course, I'll be fast in the morning. Tutakuwa na show yetu ya of course gazeti review, and then before nikuje saa 4 na show kama hii, tutakuwa na hii show. Alright, kama bro uko na challenge ya kupata mabinti, hey, wadau hii show ni yako, hii show ni yako. Kama kuna venye Melchizedek bado hujapata mtu, sikiza hii show kesho. Hii show itakupa tips bro, hii show itakupa tips ya kupata mtu. Kama uko na mtu bwana Odhiambo, na kama hujapata mtu ama kama uko na mtu, hii show itakufunza skills za kukaa na mtu, jinsi ambavyo unashika hiyo screwdriver. Kuna mtu atakuonyesha jinsi ya kushika screwdriver ya hati ya mzee. Alright, so make sure bwana Melchizedek, ambia marafiki na mabeshte kibao ya kwamba kesho tunayo show moja murwa, show moja fiti, show moja kali, show ambayo inaanza hapa Africa 24. All right, and of course equally in all our affiliate channels. So do what? Kindly make sure you stick around. Kesho tunaanza mapema, tunaanza asubuhi na Jakes na morning show, alafu tunatoka hapo tunaingia saa 2 na kina Ann, wadau wasichana wazuri, mabiti wameumbwa wakati God alikuwa serious, you know, and I'm telling you, kesho show ya kesho wadau, I'm sure good ya hii utapenda. Good and many of us, I'm sure this one you are going to love. Wazee kama Penya kaka, hii show ni yenyu. Hata mkiwa tu wakati tu mmepozi na miaka imesonga, show kaa hii ya kesho, kindly make sure hii usihate. Hii wadau, hii tumeunda ni juu yenyu tu. Of course, stories za mabinti kumadwa zime increase, stories za jamaa kumangiwa fair zime increase, stories za heartbreaks, stories za divorce, you know, stories za kuachwa tu kwa mataa, hizo zote. Hawa watu Alright, so hiyo ni kesho. Alafu Sunday. Sunday show yako imerejea, show yako fiti, show yako ya mashamba. Wewe ambaye unataka kuwezeka land, I'm sure Nyagaka will tell you, imekuwa show moja fiti, show moja murwa. Wewe ambaye umefanya kazi huko nje akina Odhiambo and many others, baada ya kupata hizo do, how do you get land? The processes, the stages. Ni aje utakuwa conned? Ni aje raia huku home hawata kuenjoy wanakujengea na hawajengi, hawata kuenjoy wamebai shamba na wajabai? How will you get genuine titles? How will you get genuine lands? On Sunday, all right? On Sunday we have an exclusive one, yeah? Sunday night. All right, I'm sure the dates there nakaa kitambo, but of course Sunday we have a nice one. The Lands edition is back, and of course we have a very new concept. So please stick around on Sunday. Make sure you tune in at 10 p.m. Kenyan time. Sunday tuko na show moja fiti sana. Of course, hii inaweza anza mapema kidogo na we made sure it's tailor made for you. All right, please see you on Sunday for that Lance edition. Of course, uletwa vizuri na Leo Nyabaya, and equally on Sunday hiyo team imejitwika njuga kulingamua swala hilo nzuri sana la Lance. Okay, Goody and many will tell you it's a very interesting show that you really can't afford to miss. All right, please make sure you subscribe to Afrique 24 to enjoy all our programming. As I promised you, we are working very hard. We are working very hard, pushing all the buttons to make sure we give you different content and nice content. Okay, well thought out programming just for you. And all you can do to enjoy all this is subscribe to Afrique 24. But show zote za Jex lazima zitakuwa show zote za saa nne. Usikuwe na wasiwasi. All right, we are well prepared to cover all this because we got you. We got your back, and we will do a good job for you. All right, subscribe to Afrique 24 and let us make this your #1 show and channel, and of course your social media channel. Okay, all right, good. Sha promise atakuwa na najua pia wewe mtazamaji uta make date na sisi au vipi? All right, now allow me to thank many who tuned in and equally participated in the comment section. I see good yako ndani. I equally see this tweet. I'm not sure if it's authentic, but for whatever it is, let me just say thank you, Mina Jenga. I am grateful and I'm humbled if it's true. All right, if it's true, we have so many pseudo accounts, but anyway, if this is true, thank you very very much. I see Mary Wasawa alikuwa ndani. Asante sana Mary Wasawa. I see Goodia alikuwa ndani, asante sana, and many ambao walituma ujumbe akina Remesu Yegon, asante sana. Thank you very much my brother for that good work. Penya Gaka who is equally in the show, asante sana. Na huyu jamaa pia ambaye alikuwa kwa show, asante sana, anajita Tak Umba, asante. Godfrey Ruto, thank you very much for being part of this great conversation. Eli Othiambo, asante sana kwa kufanya ile kitu my brother. Thank you very much. Black, I saw you na pia ulikuwa part of the show. Asante sana. Ezesh Mfinyi, asante sana kwa kufanya ile kitu. Thank you very very much. Asante a billion times. Mr. Geoffrey Ruto kama kawa, asante. You guy, you are just but amazing. Asante kwa your submissions. Jamaa anajiita Humphrey Mungwesio, asante sana bwana Humphrey. Unasema Kalonzo always a watermelon. Humphrey, asante sana kwa maoni yako. Jamaa pia mwingine alisema kama tumetumwa, ni jamaa alijiita Alex Mbuvi. Asante sana bwana Alex. Thank you equally for your sentiments bwana Alex. Na many mnakwambia ujumbe zilikuwa tu kibao, Dr. Recap na wengi ambao walituma ujumbe. Thank you very much. If I didn't read your name is because there are so many messages I was unable to go through all of them, but we always support your texting and your messaging, and equally I'm being reminded to work on the notification. I really don't know what the problem could be, but we will definitely see what that is. But in case you're asking about this, if possible, put notifications a day early or so, please. Yeah, I think the notification for the dating show is already on, and by tomorrow that for the Lance edition should be on. Yeah, so just go into our channel and you'll see the notification for that is on. So just click that. Once that program begins, you are notified. It's there. If you go to our channel, I think you should be able to see that. I don't know if I can be able to share this and you see that, but I think the notification is quite there. Let me see. I think the notification is there. So kindly kimbia tu kwa it's there. It's quite there. So kimbia tu kwa YouTube channel, tafuta Afrique 24. Hiyo notification iko ndani kwa sababu kesho tunayo show moja kali. Show moja fiti. Hii wadau. Hii itawa nice. Hii itawa nice. All right? Okay. So allow me to have these two fine gentlemen give me their final closing remarks, even as I call it a wrap. Okay, so I begin with you, Bwana Penya Gaka. Nipe your closing remarks, and equally karibu sana Kenya. You told me you are coming. We wait for you. Tunakungoja kwa hamu na bashasha. Uje umejibeba kabisa kwa sababu si tumewamiss watu wa majuu na ukuja na goodies na kitu tamu ya of course nao ambao uliwaacha huku Kenya akiwemo Jex mwenyewe. Lakini vipi Bwana Penya Gaka, pole najipigia debe kwa studio. Yes, Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Jex. Kazi mzuri sana unafanya. And we appreciate everything you do. And vile mnazungumza, and every day everybody Dhiambo Oimore. There's huyu mheshimiwa, the opposition party should organize itself so that it can face Ruto. But meanwhile, we just be waiting to see what you guys can do, Mr. Dhiambo, because they're not jakes. They're not offering anything that they will do. The opposition, they are only criticizing whatever the ODM does. I mean, UDA does. That's what they're criticizing every day. But that doesn't mean that they will win elections for criticizing somebody. That's a story for another day. But Mr. Jakes, thank you very much. Get energy to come here where we all can share our ideas and push an agenda that we have to. But yangu ni kusema tu asante sana. Thank you very much, Jakes. Jakes, nimemaliza. I'm finished.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Melchizedek, you get to have the final word on this particular segment. Maoni yako ya mwisho tunapotamatisha ni yapi?
Naweza sema maoni yangu ya mwisho ni ya kwamba let us be positive and think about our future, because all what we are seeing is happening. They have been happening. Even if we bring the angel from heaven to Kenya to lead us, the same issue will happen. So according to me, I can say that those who are willing to give people encouragement, so that at least we have a different Kenya, it will be better, because I know all of us all of us cannot go in one side. We must have a different opinions, or we must have different objective where 2 or 3 people are. So even though we criticize or we say something against Ruto or Raila, does not mean that we hate them, but we need a change. That's the only thing that we are after. That's the only thing I can say now, and be blessed everywhere you are. And let's meet in the morning for this a wonderful show that you show us, because even us, we want to understand how love is sweet. Maybe we can have one of them in future. Thank you.
I hope you're not talking about having one of my guests, but anyway, ukiangukia well and good, but think
possible, because I'm
all
capable.
right. Okay, so you are asking what is Melchizedek talking about? Show Kali, show Fiti, Warembo Kibao, with one able MC, Mr. JC Akondani. Look at this one. Oh, sorry, that is the photo. Allow me to give you the video. Sorry for that. All right. Show kali kesho inafika na inaanza kesho. Hakikisha umebook your seat. Kama ni popcorns tafuta mapema, chocolate wadau tafuteni mapema, chochote ambacho kinakunais ukiwatch kitu kali. Make sure umeitafuta mapema. Vitu vikali vina happen hapa Africa 24. Kindly kimbia hapo YouTube, subscribe. All right, subscribe. And as I told you, sometimes yes, umesubscribe kwa Mtembei, umesubscribe kwa Leo, umesubscribe kwa Kenya 24, but all right, sometimes some of these videos zinaweza kuwa exclusive peke yake kwa Africa 24. So ili usikose uhondo, usikose utamu, usikose uzuri, usikose bwembwe na mambo kibao, all right, kimbia tu hapo Africa 24, because somehow very soon kutakuwa na shows ambazo zitakuwa exclusive tu kwa Africa 24. So kimbia hapo Africa 24, fanya ile kitu. So see you tomorrow morning, bright and early. I wish you a good night, a good afternoon, a good day, a good whatever time it is, but I wish you all the very, very best. Asante sana to all the panelists that I had: Mr. Black, Mr. G, Wrecked Sheep, Mr. Kenya Rebel, Penya Gaka, Melchizedek, and everyone else who joined me. Thank you so very much. You guys were just but amazing. Asante tu sana. Asante you guys were comment section. You guys are amazing. Thank you very much. Those who chose equally to watch, you are just but a fine, awesome crowd. Asante sana. Asante kwa kumeki show number 1. Asante kwa kutufuata in all our platforms. Okay, so thank you very much. Let us keep the conversation going. Let us keep this live and active. Okay, so kimbia hapo YouTube, tafuta Africa 24, like, subscribe and share. Wacha tuwe na ile kitu. Good year, sijui umejinice vipi, lakini kesho usikose. Watu wasikose nini? Hii wadau. Wasikose hii wadau. Alright, tukiwa na Ann, MC Jesse na Maginyox. Kesho tunafanya ile kitu. Kesho ni kuhote, ni kumoto kama pasi. Usikose wadau, mapenzi yataanza kunoga hapa Africa 24. Na pia Sunday jioni saa ina happening very late, but pia ni poa. Kutana naye mchungaji Lea na pia Pastor Mburu. This I think I've never advertised, but kutana na wao kwa service nzuri. These are guys in US and Canada. They normally have an awesome edition. When I come very late, maybe that's why you haven't seen it, but ukikimbia Africa 24, you'll definitely see it. It's PowerPoint service. These two fine pastors are doing fantastic job. I'm telling you, baraka kibao. So baada ya mapenzi, baada ya siasa, baada ya kununua mashamba, wadau, tunafunga wiki na maombi kocho, na maandiko na Mungu, na tunaanza wiki na Mungu. Hivyo basi make sure pia hiyo PowerPoint service unatazama, watu wadau hata moja. Na kesho kwa mara ya kwanza hapa Africa 24 tunawaletea wadau. I've been your host, Jakes the moderator. Thank you very, very much. Let's do this again tomorrow morning and equally tomorrow evening after your show. All right, I'll get your feedbacks immediately after that show. Nisikie vile mmefeel. All right, we really plan that every Friday mtapata such content hapa Africa 24. See you tomorrow morning. God bless you. May God keep you. All right, bye bye. Be safe. Take care.
Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Twaenda mbio, eko kote Kenya yaenda mbele. Eko kote kwa elimu twaenda mbele. Eko kote matibabuni twaenda mbele. Eko kote viwandani twaenda mbele. Eko kote na mashambani twaenda mbele. Eko kote eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Tunajivunia Kenya nchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Tunajivunia Kenya nchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Ziwa la Victoria linaunganisha Kenya na Uganda, Kenya na Tanzania. Fika Mombasa, mito wa bahari, ogelea maji, jua tamu kuota. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu.
PPMC Production.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu.